wave of 10 bombers was manned by expert German pilots, guided across the blacked-out city by a sophisticated new targeting system.
We knew in northern France the Germans had two transmitters 60 miles apart that were angled onto London, and they've got a distinctive sound. When the beams came over London, they crossed. Those two tones would go into a continuous tone, and that's your target area.
It was the signal to unleash the first ingredient of their payload on the streets below. In the West End cinema, news of the imminent attack broke into the film reporters William White and Marguerite were watching.
About 6 o'clock or shortly after, a strange noise echoed in the dome above us. It was unlike anything we'd heard before.
First, I thought it was shrapnel, but then each piece as it struck burst into a ball of greenish-white flame. In the strange white light, we could see air raid wardens running to put them out. On both sides of the street, we could see fires starting. A flickering yellow glow would appear behind the windows.
Turrets are different in this year model of my ship. The Amazon 1924 model.
Incendiaries were landing over every roof and on the roofs of neighboring buildings. All over the cathedral, small squads were now fighting separate battles. Some of the bombs were penetrating the lead sheeting, lodging in the timbers below. In half an hour, the scale of the attack was stretching our defenses to the limit.
If one danger had been averted at St. Paul's, a much greater crisis was now unfolding. It was less than half an hour into the raid, but already the hundreds of small fires across the city were meeting and joining. Phase 1 of the attack was underway. Incendiaries in their thousands were setting the historic heart of London alight.
They were trying to burn you out. You looked up and you realised, more than usual, there was 100 times more small fires going. You've got to concentrate on putting these fires out. But there were so many fires that you couldn't deal with them all at once.
The smoke cloud rising from the fires was now visible for miles. It was 7 o'clock. Phase 1 of the attack was complete, but it was nothing compared to what was coming next.
You know, I was very, very conscious of this unbelievable noise. It really was the most frightening thing.
It was nearly an hour into the raid, and Phase 2 of the attack was underway. 30 more bombers were approaching London. Sid Feldon heard the bombers passing over his army base on the coast. He knew exactly the strength of the raid his family were now caught up in.
It wasn't one airplane, there was dozens of them, bombing everywhere.
The wave of bombers now passing over the city was being guided in like a beacon by the fires now burning around St. Paul's. Phase 2 of the attack was to unleash scores of 550-pound bombs directly into the fires below. The purpose was to overwhelm the firemen, to spread the fires beyond their control.
Then suddenly you feel heat behind you and you turn round, buildings on the other side have caught fire. So then you've got a very dangerous situation. Time they drop the first bomb, you could have another 50 or 60 small fires going.
Oh my god, I could put torpedo tubes
They
on
would
my fucking...
explode and they would spread it.
With my heavy cruiser. I could actually find... I actually found a slot I actually could put something. Interesting.
By 7:15 p.m, it was clear the scale of the fires was beyond anything the city had encountered in the Blitz so far. A London Fire Brigade film unit was now filming the scene, as the centre of London, street by street, began slipping beyond the firemen's control. From north of St. Paul's to the river, whole areas of the city were now burning in vast conflagrations. An extraordinary order came back to fire control.
One of the officers come up to us and he said Churchill had made it clear to the fire chiefs, save St. Paul's, because he felt that if that could be saved, you know, we've got something to hold on to. We were told, whatever you do,
you know,
those fires,
the most powerful fire suppression
But
systems in
sometime
the
after
world
7 p.m,
were based
the
on
Fire
the
Brigade
London
film unit
fires during
climbed
the
to the roof
Blitz.
of St. Paul's. The images they captured revealed for the first time the true scale of the task the firemen faced.
Like, how do you get
The Dean of St.
water
Paul's and his staff were
loads
gradually
of
being
distance
enclosed
away
by fire.
Incendiaries
to
were
fight a
still
single
landing in
fire
pools
where there's
all
no
over the
water?
rooftops, and the fires raging all around St. Paul's.
Hose
And-
and a pump.
When Mr. Churchill
Yes,
sent his
but
message to
let's
the fire
say
brigade,
the nearest source
the
of
message was
water
passed on to us.
is a river,
We were
and
grateful
it's
for this
like
news from the outside,
a good
but I
distance
cannot say it
away,
inspired us to greater
and
efforts.
no amount
We
of
were
pump
already
will be
working
strong
to the
enough to
limit
get
of
over
human
there.
endurance.
At
What you do?
7:31 p.m,
You make
an
the
hour and a
pump.
half into the German air attack,
You make
a
the
Heinkel
pump
bomber released a
movable,
550-pound
i.e.,
high
we
explosive
invented the
bomb.
first fire trucks.
It took approximately 35 seconds to fall 4 miles.
Instead of
into the
putting
streets of
a
London.
water tank with like a generator on like a wheeled cart that's pulled by a car or pulled by a horse, you just make a giant water tank, pressurize the whole thing
People
with like a
screaming,
giant syringe,
people in shock.
and then you put water in it, like, and use a steam engine to build pressure, and you blast the shit. Because
You
low
know there's
pressure
people
water isn't gonna
underneath,
put
so
out
you're
a big
looking.
fire.
You would run your
We
hands
literally
over
put
the
a
rubble,
bomb in a
any
tank of
signs
water
of
as a
life of any
means
sort,
of
you look for it.
suppressing a
The
fire,
ones
as
I
long as
thought
it
would upset
steals the
me
air.
is young children. If it's a
How
young
do you put
child,
out a
then
fire?
redouble
You
all
blow
your
it the fuck
Feeling
up.
to
the
clear
air.
anything away.
Yes, you
And if the child's alive,
blow
you,
up
you
fire.
just treat it. It's so precious.
It doesn't make sense.
Central telephone exchange
Just
had been
hearing it,
Waterloo,
blowing up
Cannon
fire
Street,
to
and
make it
London
go
Bridge
away,
railway
but it
stations
works.
were all on fire.
You ignite
And at
the
Moorgate
air,
Underground
flash,
Station, the heat was now
flash,
so intense, the
burn
railway
the
lines
air,
buckled and curled.
and that
Shortly
extinguishes the
afterwards,
fire.
firemen
High
reported
pressure
something
water
new.
does that exact thing.
When the heat of a fire rises above 1,000 degrees, it begins to suck the oxygen out of the air, driving the inferno forward with the force of a hurricane.
If a firestorm took over, and if the
I
fireman
need to make a
wasn't
more
able
modern heavy
to
cruiser.
control
I
it,
still don't
the
have the
city would
displacement to
burn,
max out the heavy
and when
cruiser
it
size.
burns,
Really?
the buildings collapse.
I can't make heavy cruisers up to 20,000 tons. That's
It's terrifying.
sad.
On On the 6th of March 1945, American tanks from the famous
need the
3rd
graphs.
Armored
I need to
Division
update
fought their way into the heart of the
5
German
more
city
ships.
of Cologne.
6 more ships,
Desperately
actually.
trying to repel the American advance and hold the vital bridge over the River Rhine were the last few tanks
8
of the
ships.
once formidable 106th
I gotta
Panzer Brigade.
modernize.
What followed was a unique chapter in the Second World War, captured in real time by combat cameramen on the ground. In this video, we'll use the latest technology and wartime footage to follow the epic action that is today known as the Cologne Tank Duel. By March 1945, the Western Front looked something like this, with the Germans being pushed back towards the mighty Rhine all along the front, including just here in Cologne.
And
Shattered by Allied bombers, it was a shadow of
that
its
turret
former
doesn't
self,
fit.
but nevertheless, as Germany's 4th largest city, still represented an important Allied objective. Let's wind the
ship would
clock
get
back to
deadly if I can
1945
modernize
and
this
blend
thing.
the wartime aerial over the modern satellite image to see the city as it was
I need to
then.
go to 11-inch guns.
One
I don't
key
want to.
location is the impressive Cologne Cathedral, which even today dominates the metropolitan city centre, and conveniently for us,
I had to
serves as
knock
both an
down 2
orientation
11-inch
point
guns so
and the
this actually
American
fits.
objective in the fight. It was in the shadow of this cathedral that the famous tank duel would take
I'm
place.
gonna do 11-inch triples.
But to get there, we need to move westwards and back in time a little. By early March, US forces of the legendary Spearhead Division found themselves here on the outskirts of Cologne, having fought non-stop since Normandy. Leading the advance into the city were the tanks of Colonel Leander Doan's Task Force X, some 45 in total, but in this video we'll follow just 2. This Sherman 76, commanded by 26-year-old Wisconsin native Lieutenant Carl Kellner, and Eagle 7, a brand new Pershing tank commanded by Sergeant Bob Early. The Pershing in particular was important, weighing 46 tons with 100mm of frontal armour and a powerful 90mm gun. The 5-man tank was a big step up from the far more common Sherman, albeit a largely untested one in action. All that would soon change. But just why is this action unique in Second World War history? Well, it's thanks to these guys, a group of journalists, photographers and combat cameramen who were embedded within the leading elements as they advanced, meticulously capturing still images and footage along the way. Foremost amongst them was Staff Sergeant Jimmy Bates, Leon Rosenman and Fred Ramage, who, armed only with cameras, ran all the same risks as their armoured comrades. So what exactly were the Americans facing? In truth, it's hard to be precise. It was a chaotic time for the German army, but we do know that remnants of the badly mauled 363rd Volksgrenadier Division were emplaced in the area. We also know that at least 3 German tanks from Panzer Brigade 106 were in the vicinity on the far side of the rail bridge, and were to be thrown into the fight last minute in an attempt to stem the advancing American tide. The plan of attack was something like this. Units would push in on each flank of the city, sealing off any escape north or south, whilst at the same time a central column, led by the tanks of E and F companies of the 32nd Armoured Regiment, would attack from the northwest, driving into the heart of the city to capture the cathedral and hopefully the vital Hohenzollern Bridge over the Rhine. Our route in this video will follow this central advance. Let's get straight down to the ground, to the village of Pulheim, to pick up the story. We know that the Americans were here thanks to at least a few landmarks still standing in the area, which can be traced today. It was here at about 10 AM on the 5th of March that cameraman Jim Bates captured footage of the American column advancing down this road. At this time, all the tanks of Task Force X were advancing down the same route and met little resistance until they reached Cologne's suburbs. It was here that the infantry came into their own. Advancing with the armour, their role was to clear houses along their route of advance. It was a tough job, requiring GIs on the ground with plenty of guts to be first in the door. By mid-afternoon on the 5th of March, the wider part of the Venloerstrasse, a road leading directly to the city centre, was reached. This exact location we can identify on film today as it allows us a unique opportunity to follow these leading tanks. Here we see that Early's Eagle 7 is firing towards the old cemetery as they continue to clear a path eastwards. By the end of the day, the westernmost suburbs were cleared, and those famous twin spires of the cathedral were finally in sight, albeit some way off. It's likely that US forces held here for the night, regrouping and rearming for the much sterner test that was to follow. On the other side of the city, the Germans too were preparing. Late in the evening, a Panzer Mark IV arrived from southwest Germany at the eastern bank of the Rhine. After a hellish journey under continual air attack, 18-year-old gunner Gustav Schaefer was glad just to be alive, only to learn that the following morning he was to advance directly into Cologne. Let's take a moment to understand the situation on the morning of the 6th of March. It's likely at this time that the single group split and took two separate but parallel routes into the city. One, a group of 4 Shermans, led by Eagle 7, taking the Subelrater Strasse, and a second group, including Kellner's 76 and a 75mm armed Sherman, continuing along the Venloer Strasse, the aim being for both groups to converge on the square in which the cathedral stood. It seems that the camera team split too, with Jim Bates and Leon Roseman following the group led by Erlies Pershing, and another team including Clarence Garrell and Fred Ramage following the pair of Shermans along the second route. Only a few roads apart, the tanks would remain in radio contact throughout. Let's return to young Gustav Schaefer. Shortly before 10 AM, he recalled receiving the order to advance and describes what happened next.
We drove 3 tanks right over the Hohenzollern Bridge into the city. Once there, 2 tanks were immediately directed to the central station. When we had crossed the bridge and the other 2 drove to the central station, an officer told us to drive further into the city. We then ran further westwards, passing the cathedral until we came to an intersection.
Now we know that by 10 AM on the 6th, at least 3 tanks, a Mark IV and likely 2 Panthers, advanced into the ruins of Cologne. Commanding one of the Panthers that day was Oberleutnant Wilhelm Bartelbohr, an experienced tank commander holding the Iron Cross 1st and 2nd class. He was to take up position as per orders, of course unknown to the advancing Americans, in a tunnel just northeast of the cathedral. Returning now though to the Pershing group, accompanied by cameraman Bates, they also advanced directly towards the Mark IV, commanded by Oberfeldwebel Rolf Militzer, with Schaefer at the gun sight. The nerves were incredible on both sides. As the 2 tanks cautiously closed distance, slowly feeling their way through the rubble-filled streets, a civilian vehicle, driven by local grocer Michael Delling, with his employee 27-year-old Katharina Esser in the passenger seat, came racing into view. Apparently trying to escape the approaching firefight in the almost deserted city, they unknowingly drove straight between Erlies and Militzer's tanks, with tragic results. Tense with nerves and unsure who occupied the car, both Clarence Smoyer, the gunner in the Pershing, and Schaefer in the Mark IV opened up. Riddled by machine gun fire, the Opel slewed to a stop, with Delling dead at the wheel and young Katharina Esser mortally wounded beside him. As is often the case in the fog of war, civilians find themselves caught in the crossfire. Everyone else in Cologne that day would have been shaken by an enormous explosion moments later as the Hohenzollern rail bridge, the last possible lifeline for the German armour in Cologne, was blown up by German pioneers. There was now no way out.
That's the
It would be a
modernization of
fight
that
to
shit
the end.
done. Cool.
With each tank now alerted to the presence of the other by tracer fire, Smoyer caught sight of the Mark IV as it hastily reversed behind a building. Now out of sight, but its location known, Smoyer decided on a new course of action and repeatedly slammed armour-piercing rounds into the 5-storey building directly in front of the enemy tank. The resulting debris, which collapsed onto the Panzer, blocked its turret from rotating. Surrounded, outgunned and demoralised by the blowing of the bridge and the damage to their tank, Sergeant Militzer and Gustav Schaefer had finally had enough. They exited the tank, running down this road and into a side street before taking shelter in a nearby hotel basement. Apparently determined to fight on, the remaining 3 crews stayed in the damaged tank and from here disappear from the pages of history. With the path now clear, the Pershing cautiously began to advance towards the cathedral with infantry and camera team in tow. By shortly after midday, we've left the left advance at least clear for some distance, with the Pershing leading and firing as it moved. On the right though, things were so far looking quieter. Both Kellner's and the accompanying Sherman, working as a pair, had reached about this point, identifiable clearly today by the remains of this Roman tower. By matching our on-the-ground view with the footage of that day, we can see the same point and the way in which the tanks advanced. All seemed to go well until, emerging onto this street, just a few hundred meters from the foot of the cathedral, a series of destroyed buildings blocked any further advance. Watching on with his camera in hand was Clarence Garrell and British photographer Fred Ramage. Having called in a specialist Sherman bulldozer to clear the route, the crews were waiting, with Garrell slightly to the left rear of the second Sherman. Garrell now pointed his camera directly down the street at a darker area amongst the rubble. He wasn't to know it, but hidden here in the railway tunnel was Bartelbort's Panther. Seconds later, a 75mm armour-piercing shell slammed into the gun shield of Kellner's Sherman, tearing through its armour and probably killing driver Julian Patrick and assistant gunner Curtis Spear outright. About 7 seconds later, a second shell hit the Sherman, and as Garrell continued to film, Lieutenant Kellner and Corporal John Gianluca emerged from the smoking turret, with Kellner's left leg clearly having been lost in the explosion. Gravely wounded, Kellner made it just a few yards behind the tank before collapsing. Tragically, he would die a short time later and is today buried in his hometown of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Yes, sir! He was just 26 years old. Shocked by what they'd seen and unaware of the enemy tank's location, the crew of the second Sherman began to reverse to cover behind a rubble pile when it too was hit, this time in the right track by the concealed Panther. With its crew abandoning, though powerfully, rather than fleeing the area, several crew members ran to the aid of Kellner, the moment being captured by Fred Ramage's photograph, which later appeared in Life magazine. In the space of less than a minute, 2 Shermans had been knocked out by an unseen foe, and 3 men had lost their lives. But where exactly was this enemy tank? Today we know from a letter written by Bartelborth himself that the Panther had taken up position beneath this bridge, close to the railway station, and it was from here that they had spotted and hit the 2 Shermans. Taking the distance from the known points and the visibility along the street, which, by the way, is much wider today than it was in 1945, we can calculate that the shots were fired from this exact location at a distance of some 340 metres. We know from Clarence Smoyer that a few minutes later, F Company's commander contacted the commander of E Company, who in turn contacted Early, informing him of what had happened and asking him to go down and take out that tank. Now, aware of the very present danger somewhere along his route of advance, Early decided to get a better look from something like safety before risking his tank. Entering this building through these lower windows, he climbed the stairway to a mezzanine along with Jim Bates. In the meantime, the Panther had finally broken cover and moved forward some 100 metres to take up a new position right here. Covering 3 lines of approach to the cathedral, to the left, centre and right, it could command the area, but was also now far more exposed. Electing to face its strong frontal armour directly forwards towards the knocked-out Shermans, Bartelborth seems at that time to have been unaware that the powerful Pershing was actually much closer and off to his right. Let's take a moment to understand the situation at this critical time. So, Bates and his camera, along with Early, have climbed 1 set of stairs to get a view out of a window on the end of this building. The Pershing, minus its commander for the moment, is stationary here, and a few metres to the rear and filming up the street is Rosenman. The Panther itself, facing towards the 2 knocked-out Shermans, is approximately here. It was just after 2 p.m. when Bates, photographer Jim Hines and Early reached this window, and standing well back into the room to avoid being seen, spotted the Panther side on some 120 metres away. Bates later recalled his conversation with Early.
He told me to stay there and he would come back in his tank and try to put the German tank out of commission and I could photograph it. He had one of the new M26 Pershings with a 90mm gun. Sergeant Early said he would turn into the square under me, stop and fire at the German tank.
Returning to Eagle 7 and briefing the crew as to what they should expect, they fired up the 500 horsepower Ford V8 and began to advance. Smoyer, a well-trusted member of the crew, had been told not to wait for an order but to fire as soon as he got a shot, hoping at this range that the Pershing's powerful gun would knock out the Panther with a single shot. Inside the Panther, Bartelborth, faced with 3 possible routes of advance, made a decision, ordering his gunner to traverse to the right, possibly having heard the engine of the approaching Pershing. Life and death for both crews was now down to a matter of only milliseconds. As the range closed and the Pershing cleared the corner building, Bates, having moved up 1 floor to get a better view, and with Rosenman in the street, began to roll. Hesitation was the deciding factor. As Bartelborth and his gunner peered through the dust at the first signs of the emerging Pershing, he reportedly called, "Don't shoot!" Knowing that Schaefer's Mark IV was in the same vicinity, and apparently not recognizing the silhouette of the Pershing, hitherto unseen on the battlefield, he believed it may have been one of his own tanks. By the time he realized his mistake, it was too late. The Pershing had cleared the corner and without stopping slammed around from only 110 meters directly into the side of the Panther. Jolted by the explosion and likely in fear for his own safety, Bates had ducked at the moment of firing and missed the first impact. But Rosenman to the rear filmed the Pershing's shot. Bates rose again, just a few seconds later, capturing the second round smashing into the Panther's side armor, and kept filming as smoke began to billow out. Knowing that further rounds were surely coming, Bartelborth was already abandoning his tank, with his crew following after. The famous Cologne tank duel was over. But what became of this crew, captured on film as they fled their burning tank? A detailed look at Bates' 16-second film clip, slowed down and stabilized, when combined with the outstanding work of German historian Dirk Lubka, allows us to try and piece together the sequence of events. The first clear frames in the Bates sequence show the turret cupola hatch opened and a crewman, presumably Bartelborth himself, standing up. We also see the impact hole of the first shell on the Panther's side. For the next 4 seconds, the tank commander struggles to roll onto the Panther's front deck before dropping to the ground. The next frames show the tank commander running for cover and the radio operator still emerging from his hatch at the front right of the tank and also diving off the front deck. As he disappears, the gunner begins to emerge from the same cupola hatch which the commander exited. Finally, the driver emerges from his hatch at the front left, about the same time as Smoyer's second round strikes the tank, very likely killing the gunner, who is yet to exit. Over the total sequence, we see 4 of the 5-man crew in view, with surviving records suggesting that Bartelborth, driver Koenig, and 1 other man were later taken prisoner. A 4th unknown man died of his wounds after escaping the tank, and a 5th was likely killed in action. Bates' footage is truly powerful. It was then, and it is now. A snapshot of a moment in time which affected all of those concerned for the rest of their lives. Clarence Smoyer was no different. He reflected years later.
I never went to that tank and looked inside, but they told me all of the crew perished there. I thought about it many, many times. When we were firing, I don't remember seeing them getting out. It always did bother me that they all had to die. I'm happy that some of them did survive. Very happy.
Immediately following those actions, the Pershing reversed, stopping outside this building some 100 meters away. Leaving their position in the upstairs window, Bates and Rosenman emerged onto the street to join them. It was here that this famous scene was captured, showing the crew of Eagle 7, no doubt simply glad to be alive. The battle for Cologne was over. Bob Early, Clarence Smoyer, and the men of 3rd Armoured eventually went home, as did Gustav Schaefer, Wilhelm Bartelborth. Many of their comrades didn't. Smoyer himself never forgot that day at the cathedral, and returned several times after the war to visit the
This is my dreadnought too. I'm about to start refitting. Got a bunch of single barreled 5-inchers on the side and everything. Then once I hit the refit button, it's gonna all these turrets are gonna go from the Mark II, Mark III to Mark IV and 5, and it's just gonna look entirely different. It's about to go from World War I to like S dreadnought look to modern. No, I guess the main turret ain't gonna change. They're Mark III, 5 inches.
It's midday on October the 6th, 1973, in northern Israel. It's the Jewish holiday of Yom Kippur, and Lieutenant Zvi Greengold is celebrating with his family when he hears the roar of jet engines. On this holy day, combat jets in the sky can only mean Israel is under attack. If you are inspired by the events in today's video, you too can be a tank commander with World of Tanks. World of Tanks is a free-to-play online game with over 100 million players worldwide and is available on PC. The game has more than 600 tanks and over 40 battle arenas, so if you love tanks and want to experience the battle and thrill of victory, then try World of Tanks today. You can pick your battles in deserts, urban and industrial zones using features as cover. Historical accuracy means authentic models and characteristics that make you feel like you're inside a real tank. Accept the challenge and help the channel by signing up today with the link in the description. And what's more, during registration you can use the code TANKMANIA to get 7 days of premium account access for free, along with 250,000 credits, the premium tank Excelsior, and 3 rental tanks for 10 battles each, including the Cromwell B, the T-34-85M, and the legendary Tiger 131. Tank Commanders, download the game today. Back in northern Israel, Zvi arrives at the forward operating military base of Nafar a mere hour later. It's a chaotic scene. Injured soldiers arrive by the truckload from the fierce fighting taking place just kilometers away. At the same time, reservists like himself pour into the base from the surrounding communities. Zvi helps the overstretched medics deal with the injured. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, a group of mechanics works around the clock, repairing 4 modified Centurion tanks. Deputy Brigade Commander David Israeli is desperate to field as many units as possible to stop the advance of the United Arab Republic. In his haste, he summons Zvi and orders him to get himself a crew to man whichever tanks are successfully repaired. It takes the mechanics until evening, but 2 of the 4 Centurions are successfully brought to operating conditions. Lieutenant Zvi Greengold immediately takes them over with a varied crew of unitless tankers, and Zvika Force rolls out into battle. They drive for 4 kilometers until they find their first targets. Under the red Israeli sunset, they spot a 4-tank group of Syrian T-55s advancing on their own. Zvi orders the Centurions to peek over the hills and fire. With a boom, the Israelis fire their first rounds on that fateful day. The shells streak straight into the T-55s, punching right through their armor. In the blink of an eye, half of the enemy force goes up in flames. The 2 Centurions reverse back into cover, the enemies never seeing them. A triumphant Zvi takes the radio to coordinate his next move, but he finds it dead. He curses his luck. He can't fight without good communications. Out of options, he crawls out of his war machine and runs over to his partner. He explains the situation and orders the commander to return the radio-less tank back to base. Zvi will stay on to fight. Zvi keeps a watchful eye upon his surroundings. The evening has turned to night, and a gentle wind provides little respite from their desert heat. It's deathly quiet, not even the buzz of insects daring to pierce the brutal silence. That is, until the distant rumble of engines and tracks reaches Zvi's ears. It doesn't take them long to spot their prey, but they aren't prepared for what they see. Streaming across the desert is an awesome sight. It's a 30-tank convoy of the Syrian 51st Independent Tank Brigade, headed straight for their position. It's a nightmare scenario. 1 tank against 30, but even this vastly outnumbered doesn't deter the plucky tank crew. Zvi orders his driver into an ambush position behind a hill a few meters off the side of the road. The gunner keeps the Centurion aiming straight at the road as the column slowly and deliberately rolls their way. The T-55 drives into the Centurion's sights, and Zvi shouts, "Fire!" The gunner fires from point-blank range, and the enemy vehicle violently detonates, sending the turret sky high. The column is stopped, dead in its tracks. The Syrians panic. They can't see their enemy. In their desperation, they turn on their searchlights, but all it does is make Zvi's targets shine brightly against the black desert backdrop. The Centurion picks off its prey one by one, Zvi leading his crew with the patience of a hunter, and the gunner firing with the precision of a sniper. The Syrians don't see a thing as one by one their vehicles are turned into scrap before their eyes. The column panics, convinced they've wandered into an ambush of a larger force. They swiftly retreat without ever firing a single shot, leaving behind at least 6 burning wrecks. But the battle isn't yet over. Shortly afterwards, a 10-tank force led by Lieutenant Colonel Uzi Moore arrives at their location. The colonel is shocked and surprised to discover that the Zvika force is just a single tank. Zvi hadn't informed him for fear of revealing his weakness to the enemy. Regardless, Zvi joins him just as the units receive an emergency transmission from Nafar base. An enemy battalion is about to fall upon them. Nafar is defended by reservists, a handful of anti-tank units, and staff manning the defensive fortifications. Against them is an overwhelming force, an entire battalion fully equipped with tanks, infantry, and artillery. When Z finally arrives, a desperate battle is already raging. The concrete walls are full of holes, and explosions tear through the defensive fortifications. The Israeli tanks quickly join in the fray. In near unison, the line of battle tanks unleashes its firepower upon the invaders. But the Syrians respond in kind. The Israelis are fighting valiantly, but can't do anything about the enemy's raw numbers. Many get wounded, including Zvi. Lieutenant Colonel David Israeli does his best organizing his rapidly diminishing force until a T-62 takes aim at his vehicle and fires. The colonel's radio transmission abruptly cuts off. His Centurion is burning upon the rolling hills of the Golan Heights. Brigade Commander Yitzhak ben Shaham takes command of the force and attempts to continue the attack, but he too is tragically silenced not long after. Amidst it all, Zvi continues to push on to the besieged base. The gunner hits target after target until they get into cover to reload. Zvi takes his radio and calls to his fellow tankers to reinforce him, but nobody answers. Concerned, he glances at the radio and tries again, but to the same result. It quickly hits him. There's nothing wrong with the radio. There are just no tankers left. Unfazed, he instantly returns to his job. They keep up the defense alone, maneuvering between the ruins of the base. They load, fire, load, fire, load, fire. The men are working off pure instinct, fearlessly fighting back and making the Syrians pay dearly for each and every single step forward. An unknown witness to the defense reported back to Israeli headquarters. There's no one in camp except a single tank, fighting like mad. The enemy assault grinds to a halt under heavy casualties, and the Syrians resort to artillery to take out the last of the defenders. Heavy bombardments fall upon what's left of Nafar base. The shockwaves of the explosions rattle Zvi, but his resolve remains unmoved. Him and his crew are determined to stay and fight. But then, a message comes through the radio. The military base of Alikwa calls for aid. Upon his arrival to Alikwa, he is relieved to discover it was just a false alarm. Out of danger, the adrenaline wears off, and the physical and mental exhaustion crashes upon Zvi. He climbs out of his war machine and collapses onto the floor, the tears beginning to stream down his cheeks. He declares, "I can't do this anymore." Major Moshe Zurek, the new commander of the 188th Brigade after the loss of Yitzhak, orders Zvi to be carried to the field hospital. Zvi Greengold has spent almost 30 consecutive hours in a tank, during which he's known to have destroyed at least 20 Syrian machines. His superiors believe the true number to be closer to 40, and higher estimates put it closer to 60. He would spend a few days in the hospital before rejoining his brigade in battle. He received the highest military award for his incredible actions on that fateful day, the Israeli Medal of Valor, and was one of only 8 Yom Kippur war veterans to receive it. Zvi survived the war and went on to become a successful businessman and a local politician. He remains humble about his feats, stating, "There are men alive and dead who did wonderful things we don't even know about. The men on the line did exceptional things, and I pale by comparison." Zvi is still alive today. Please help the channel and download World of Tanks using the link in the description.
Hey Zuko. Zuko,
Yes.
I got the perfect video clip to perfectly describe armored warfare. You want to see?
Sure, send it over.
No, watch it live. You'll be better appreciated this way.
Give me 1 second. Alright, let's take a look. Oh god, what is this?
This is me and my Hess shell with the Challenger tank. Well, I can't pen you. Okay, let me just aim for that one little gap with the Hess shell.
What I find is interesting about this scene is the Panther has neutral steering. Yes. Scene. No, this scene is so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Like some shit straight out of World of Tanks. It should be an easy shot right into a driver port. Right there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he's gonna miss. Oh no, oh. Just magically does not pen. Okay. Ah, yes. I hate this. Please stop showing me this. This makes me so angry. It makes me so angry. T-34 would have been dead the second that Panther would have fired its upper plate.
Well, not exactly. This is a T-34-85.
Yes, the fuck it would.
This is the This is a T-34-85, which had thicker armor compared to the normal T-34.
Actually, no, the fuck it did not. Because as Laserpig explained in his video about the T-34, which actual fucking like historical like tanks, the ones that survived the war and even the ones after the war. See, Russia would heat treat their metal to like, I don't remember exact measurement, but it's like 300 is what everyone else heat treats their metal to. Russia does this 600, making it exceptionally hard. There's an actual like documented case where a German 35 millimeter whatever the fuck, you know, the little two centimeter whatever, the little tiny tank guns they call the door knocker, the 37 millimeter, it penetrated the upper plate of that thing. There are cases where the Panzer IIIs, which were labeled like inferior to the T-34, knocked them out through the upper plate because the armor was so incredibly heat treated, the welds so complete shit, and just everything about the design, like design itself's not bad, but the manufacturing being as so shitty as it is, a Panzer III could kill a T-34-85. Their optics most of the time were polished steel because the main big factory that produced them, that produced the bulk of 50 to 70% of the tanks for the war, which is a ton of T-34s, they cut corners and use either unpolished or just polished steel for the optics instead of using mirrors or reflective glass. The T-34s were terrible tanks. By no means were they good. To get into a fourth gear, it would require a amount of strength that would break the fucking shifting lever, and in the third gear, they would have to use a hammer to get to. I shit you not, that was true. T-34 is a trash tank. Not saying the Germans any better. By no means was the Panther better. But that Panther right there, because look it up. There are pictures of T-34s, which like looks like lightning just hit the upper plate because the whole thing is cracked and fucking smashed. Lazy Pig did a really good video on the T-34 and a like real deep dive into that shit, and it is true. You look at the research afterwards, it is true. The T-34 was not a fucking good tank by any means. They had to, because it also, going into this, just like Britain, they didn't have welders. You know, you guys, for your Cromwells and some of the earlier tanks, you had to use riveters. You know, rivets to hold the plates together because you didn't have welders. A lot of the welders were taken up by the Navy and the Air Force. So, you know, they had to rivet parts together. Well, Russia just basically said to your guy, tell their guy, hey, even though you have no experience to welding, take this welder and start welding. And created these really shitty welds where even there was a gap big enough where you could set your finger through in the armor. It was just awful. The whole tank was awful. And they even carried an extra transmission in the back because they would destroy it. And they were also factory, I think it was like factory 324 or something like that, which is the one that produced the bulk of the Russian tanks through the World War II. Around 50% or more plus they produced. The reason they produced so many and had to produce them so quickly is because they were under quota. If they didn't meet it, basically half the workers would either be shot. So they cut corners. Well, the driver doesn't need that. The driver, you know, the Hulk gunner, he doesn't need a seat. So let's not put the chair in there. Make him sit on top of an ammo box. Oh, well, the commander and loader, they don't need chairs. You know, the little seats they sit on so that they rotate with the gun? They don't need that either. Oh, commander optics and everything else. All these polished glass optics? No, they don't need that either. We'll get rid of that. There was a story of a T-34-85 that got shot at 37 times by a German 37mm pack gun before they finally noticed they were being under fire. And they tried to run it over and missed. These tanks, by no means, were good. And historians only tell this the T-34 was the best tank in the world. It was not. The fucking Crusader tank was better, honestly. Oh look, there's the T-34 buddy right there. There it is. Right below the Werevu one. This is actually sucks right there. I love it. It's a very good video to listen to because it's very informational. He goes off even talking about even the British tanks at some point, and I love listening to it. Because the Cromwell is honestly one of my favorite British tanks, next to the Churchill. And the Black Prince. I love the Black Prince. So
Everyone loves the Black Prince.
Black Prince is awesome. It's gotta be my favorite tank because it just says "fuck you" to everybody he comes across.
So anyway, how dare you calling out such penis-enhancing weapons like the A-10 to be unworthy of their received praise is one thing I can accept. But the T-34? Sir, you have crossed a line. This was the armored fist of Stalin, which annihilated the Nazis with such a vingerous tenacity, it caused the so-called supreme race to question their own validity. This war-winning machine was the greatest tank of the war. No, sir, the universe. The so-called superior tanks of the Germans could only dream to have accomplished such feats of engineering. To ridicule such an icon, dare say, sir, I would question your very claims to be an accomplished historian. In fact, I may have to report you to the history police. You see if I do. No. A few years ago, I had a brief yet energetic discussion with a young chap. Now, he was not an amateur historian by any stretch of the imagination, not a Quora poster or a Varibu. He'd written several books. He had his own history blog, a YouTube channel, was a consulting historian on r/Ask Historians, the most coveted of positions, and he clearly did a lot of research. But he took exception to me because I believe that the British Cromwell tank was a better tank overall than the Russian T-34. He disagreed. in a series of rather lengthy responses. This was my first experience with the Komibu. Komibus, yes, they exist, and they're everywhere. The natural enemy of the Veriboo. In our attempts to rid ourselves of this Veriboo plague from our reality, we have allowed the common Komibu to fester and breed until we get to the point where low-tier YouTubers cannot innocently browse Reddit looking for their femboy vor porn without being accosted by them and their feverish accusations. But you, me, we're different. We're historians. I mean, dramatically amateur and mostly drunk, but historians nonetheless. And I love you all. So tonight, come with me on an adventure, because I wish to enroll you into a secret club, known by few, but loathed by many. This club is for the elites of the historian world. For this, as an exclusive club. A club that finds itself the target of a monsoon of abuse, hate, and general ridicule from every Wikipedia historian, History Channel expert, and everyone's dad. Because members of this club all share in one truth, one knowledge passed from generation to generation, bucked by many, but true nonetheless, that the Russian T-34 is a piece of shit.
He is one of my favorite YouTubers, though. I did love his videos. Very nice.
A bold claim, you might say. And I'd say, well, I can't hear you. This is pre-recorded. But you are right. Such a claim requires, as the French would say, evidence. So I'm going to need my larger glass. Excuse me.
That's you right there.
There we go. Let us begin. The T-34 is a tank so steeped in myth and legend, most historians and amateurs can't help but resort to hyperbole when talking about it.
Just when all seemed lost, when the Nazi army seemed unstoppable, this tank emerged and changed the course of World War II.
That there could be large portions of Europe still speaking German if it hadn't been for the T-34.
But why is this? Well, like I said in the Panther Paradox, there are soft factors and hard factors involved in the design of a tank, and many amateur enthusiasts see only the hard factors. That being speed, armor, and firepower, you know, the trading card thing. With the greater majority of those people believing that to create the perfect tank, one must strike a balance between all three, and many see the T-34 as being that perfect tank.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
So the T-34 sits in a somewhat unique position, okay? The tank was somewhat unknown to Western nations, and after the Second World War, Russia was less than enthusiastic to allow Western historians into its archives. So knowledge from the T-34 came largely from several sources. Firstly, the Germans, who revered it as a groundbreaking tank, vastly superior to anything they have because Russia having better stuff gave them an easy scapegoat to their failures. And being that many were angling for coveted advisory positions in NATO, they were kind of looking up to cover up their mistakes by promoting a number of weird and wacky myths about the Eastern Front, which Russia would ultimately not deny, or be believed by the West if they did, especially once the Iron Curtain had been drawn. This left the famously erroneous memoirs of the German commander to be the #1 source for lazy historians, leading to a lot of assumptions about certain things that, well, just didn't happen. Now, when it comes to the Eastern Front, there's a lot of that going on. I could spend years making videos which dispel a lot about the Eastern Front mythos, and I would still only be about halfway done. So instead, I'll approach each one as it becomes relevant, though I may not be going into the extremes of details, so I apologize in advance if I missed anything out, alright? The second problem was that a large number of T-34s were built after 1945, and these post-World War II models were built to a much, much higher standard, and are typically the ones you'll find in museums, masquerading as their war-built counterparts. The Hetzer has a similar problem. Now, post-World War II, Russia had a lot of tanks just sitting around that it no longer needed, and a lot of countries surrounding them, which, well, suddenly did. So a lot of documentation produced in regards to the T-34, especially in its performance, in 1946, is actually propaganda. Sales propaganda.
Tank salesman slaps roof of tank. You can crush hundreds of student protesters with this bad boy.
Oh shit.
Thankfully, all of those countries would actually receive not the new T-34s being produced, but the older war-built variants that Russia wanted to get rid of, many of which would end up in North Korea and Poland, and several of those would end up in the West, where they could be examined by people like me, and now by you. These T-34s were largely built in factory number 183, that was a tractor factory in the Ural Mountains, which produced around 50% of all Soviet T-34s during the war. We'll get onto why that is relevant in a bit. Now, first things first, because I know a lot of people are going to bring this up. T-34s tested by the Americans. Specifically, the report generated by the Aberdeen Proving Grounds. Now, many will dismiss this as a source because the Americans had not been properly trained on the maintenance of a T-34, so they claim. So when the engine collapsed during trials, it was often blamed on the fact that the Americans had not correctly oiled the engine filters, forgetting of course that the T-34 supplied to the Americans for testing was one that did not have the later model Cyclone filters. Those were the ones that needed to be oiled. The Americans also had a Soviet engineer who actually wrote the report, who was with them during the trial and was explaining how to properly handle and maintain the tank. This trial has a lot of misconceptions surrounding it, and it's very often disregarded by fans of the T-34 and commie boos alike. We are not going to ignore it, and they are going to hate us for it. Good for them. You see, the confusion for most is the design of the T-34. Outside of some flaws, which we'll get into later, is actually quite good. It's fairly robust, and for the period, a pretty advanced design. However, the plans and production notes of the T-34 are at best hypothetical. This is hypothetically the standard to which a T-34 should have been built, but during the war, absolutely no T-34s were built to the standard, and that is where the problem lies. Not in design, but production quality. And this is where you get the arguments. From people who do all their research exclusively online, have seen the plans, the hard factors described in the side column of Wikipedia, the testimonies from Germany's top commanders, and the propaganda issued by the Russians. It becomes very easy to see why this tank is a war winner, versus those of us who have actually seen a war production T-34. And I don't mean from behind a rope in a museum. So that argument from either side depends on if you believe we should judge the T-34 based on its actual intended design, or if we should judge it on the T-34 that was actually built and served in the Second World War. Now, funny enough, this argument becomes very easy when we're talking about British tanks. The Crusader is a tank famed for its mechanical reliability issues, which is blamed on its design. It is in fact a relatively good design for a tank, though not really setting any benchmarks. It did offer a solid medium tank, combining good armor and a decent gun with an...
You build a tank, you add a turret, you add another turret, then you remove that turret, and then you add a turret, and then you remove that turret again.
Absolutely ferocious speed. But because of what was going on in Britain at the time, the actual production models which entered service were far below in quality than what they should have been, leading to many mechanical reliability issues that historians will exclusively talk about when glossing over the Africa campaign so they can start talking about more exciting things like Stalingrad. Now, thankfully, in 1989, the Berlin Wall came down, and real estate in Germany became very cheap. And in the 90s, Western historians were allowed into Russian archives for the first time, albeit briefly, up until Putin, where it became illegal to depict the Great Patriotic War in any way that was considered untrue. And who decided what was true and what was not? Putin did. And to a larger extent, the Russian government, meaning if they say the T-34 is the most amazing tank ever built, then it was. And if you wish to say otherwise, well, I'm sure the Gulag commander will be happy to pass any complaints you have along to the relevant authorities. But during that period of history, we get a lot of insight into the T-34's production and find that the Russians themselves and the Russian government had major concerns about the problematic T-34. But let's talk about that later. I've been talking for a while now and I've yet to actually say anything, so let's dive into the meat of this issue. But first, I need to retcon something. This won't take long, trust me. For the purposes of this video, I am going to be ignoring the year of 1941, and I want to explain why. 1941 sees the introduction of the T-34 in its earliest production variant. The Russians experience fairly high losses, losing about 20,000 tanks in this first year alone, of which 2,300 were 34s, which supposedly the Germans were unable to counter. This fact is often used by Veribus to justify that the 34 was only good in large numbers, as the reason often given for the poor initial performance of the T-34 was that it was only available in small numbers and encountered in small pockets of like 1 or 2 across a wide front. This is of course utter nonsense. Russia had just over 2,000 operational T-34s and would produce another 2,300 of them in the opening months of Barbarossa alone. They were used en masse from day one. You see, a lot of documentaries and stuff like to portray this idea that as the Germans advanced, they beat only these super outdated Russian tanks like the T-26 and the BT series, and it was only later that the more advanced models make an appearance to the shock of the German commanders. Ooh. This is not true. They were fighting KVs and T-34s on literally day one of Operation Barbarossa, en masse as well. The high rate of loss number was a multi-factor issue, but largely down to the fact that the second Operation Barbarossa started, Soviet logistics completely collapsed. Russia was producing more than what it needed in terms of equipment, but the reason you hear tales of Russians wearing boxes on their feet because they had no boots, or the famous enemy at the gates line,
"The one with the rifle shoots! 1 out of 2 gets a rifle! The one without follows him! When the one with the rifle gets killed, the one who is following picks up the rifle and shoots!"
Was not because they didn't have enough rifles for everyone, but because they just couldn't get them to the front lines in time. Logistics was second to everything else and would often be dictated down to as an afterthought. Men and tanks had priority, and it seemed to have almost been forgotten that men and tanks also need food, fuel, and ammunition. So early T-34s in the front line, though they were shipped in record time, would typically not be supplied with armor-piercing ammunition, or too little fuel, or no spare parts, meaning that they were quickly abandoned by their crews when they inevitably broke down, ran out of ammo, or ran out of fuel. The Soviets also had a bit of a lack of engineering vehicles, like tractors, so when a tank was lost or abandoned, it could not be recovered. That's why that loss number was so high, and why the Germans ended up capturing so many T-34s. By 1942, the Soviets had got their shit sorted out, so this is kind of where we're going to pick things up. Let's stick with those hard factors first, since they are the easiest for everyone to understand. We are told time and time again that the armor of the T-34 is legendary and pervious to everything because it was sloped. Amazing! What an epiphany the Russians had! Like, take the armor and tilt it slightly. Ooh! Amazing! Why didn't anyone else think of that? You know what, I'm gonna get onto that later, because we need to have a discussion. But you know, the people who say this kind of shit always have some sort of mathematical equation which shows angles and relative thickness and effectiveness, and they're like, oh my god, you guys, sloped armor doubles the thickness, guys, and then they always turn to this penetration table, which, like, I don't know, every one of those I see is different. I'll cover why in a sec. So, armor thickness. Let's talk about it. Probably most of you think that's very important, right? Wrong! You fools! It's not as important as you think it is. The reason these penetration tables are always so inaccurate and typically not regarded with any degree of absolute is because you can do a lot with steel to dramatically improve its toughness without necessarily making it thicker. Sloping is one such example. Another is casting. Casting something from a large single piece as opposed to welding lots of plates together gives you a huge advantage in armor protection without necessarily having to increase thickness and add a shitload of weight. Hence why the Matilda II with its 60mm of cast armor was shrugging off rounds from an 88mm like they were made of fucking paper. But a Cromwell with 80mm of flat plate armor, typically thicker armor, can't do that. Another way you can do this is heat treating, and this was pretty common. Now, without getting into the real technical aspects of metallurgy,
metallurgy, for fuck's sake, laser pig, Jesus Christ. Basically, this gives added protection to steel against various forms of shock, like high impacts. Germany, Britain, America, fucking everyone was heat treating their metal just to make it that little bit more resilient to anti-tank rounds, and the Russians were no exception. The problem was that while every other country was heat treating up to about 300 Brunel, that's unit of measurement for heat treating, the Russians were heat treating up to 600 Brunel, making their steel exceptionally hard. Good thing, right? No. Heat treating to such a ridiculous amount makes your steel, yes, incredibly strong, but also incredibly brittle, meaning a high impact shot from a round would weaken the tank considerably and often cause it to snap, especially along its weakest points, even if the round did not penetrate, which is why you'll often see pictures of destroyed T-34s with no penetration holes, but these large gaps around the joints, or these weird shattering patterns on plates that could have been hit by fucking lightning or something. The welding of the T-34 was known to be pretty weak, often just spot welded using inferior materials to make the joint. Had those joints been a little stronger, up to the same standard as the American-made Sherman, it might have fared a bit better, but when you use inferior, badly made steel, poor welds, and thrown together by peasant farmers in a mountain who you threaten to shoot if they don't meet their production quotas, then you end up with a tank that any severe impact will cause it to disassemble itself like a piece of fucking flat-packed IKEA furniture, which is why you see a lot of damaged T-34s with bits missing or mismatched road wheels. Any impurities in the steel, any bad welding, a single solid smack onto the front of the tank will just rip that shit right off. It would also explain that in spite of the armor being sloped, which can apparently bounce any shot fired at it,
the T-34's armor is designed to deflect incoming rounds, in particular, deflect incoming rounds that come from straight to the front. So a round is coming towards a T-34, and it hits any of the angled deflecting surfaces on it, then it will ricochet off to the side.
The Russians lose 6.6 thousand T-34s, more than Germany had tanks in total in 1942, when the Germans allegedly don't have anything which can counter it outside of the 88mm. The book Soviet Casualties and Combat Losses in the 20th Century, which was compiled by historians in Moscow using Soviet data, concluded that 54.3% of all T-34s in 1942 had been destroyed by the Panzer III. The so-called inferior tank, which could theoretically not penetrate the frontal armor of the T-34 without special ammunition, in spite of it doing it with an almost alarming regularity. But that's not the biggest reason other nations didn't heat treat beyond 300. The biggest reason was armor spalling. You see, when you have steel heat treated to such a ridiculous amount, you do occasionally get the problem that a high force of impact, though not penetrating the tank or even really causing any damage to it, will cause spalling. This is where tiny flakes of steel shoot off in random directions around the inside of the tank, turning the crew into a character from Hellraiser. This was a huge issue in T-34s and was still a problem even in the later post-war models.
This is why
models that were found in East Germany after the wall came down, which were 1946 model T-34s, still had this issue. It is estimated, now this is just an estimate, that the armor spalling counted for nearly half of all T-34 crew fatalities, and why the average chances of survival for a T-34 crew after the tank was hit was about 15%. In the Sherman, it was 80.
Oh, the speed! The speed!
Yeah.
From the offset, the T-34 is designed to be fast. Its predecessor, the BT series, were some of the fastest tanks available at the time of their constructions, and Russia had purchased models of the Christie suspension simply because it allowed for that greater speed, even if the design was a technological dead end, which they were fully aware of. On that point, a lot of documentaries like to state that the Americans rejected the Christie suspension because they somehow saw it as a fool's errand. They were actually very interested in purchasing the Christie suspension, but unfortunately J. Walter Christie was such an asshole that no one in the American government could work with them, and they rejected it on those grounds. Not because, they could see it as pointless. Shut the fuck up, Freedom Booze, you don't get away easily. But like many medium tanks on the Allied side, the 34 is built to be fast.
It's weird. We used Christie suspension and it worked really well.
Does it? Why am I asking you this? You don't fucking know.
Well, the Brits make shit things good.
The T-34's V2 500 horsepower engine pretty pretty good engine by the way, should be able to deliver 25 kilometers per hour, that's 15 miles per hour to my American friends, on rough ground at about 53 kilometers per hour, or 33 miles per hour, on solid smooth ground. In theory. In reality, the tank's god-awful spur-clash gear transmission, combined with its dry clutch and its 4-speed gearbox, gave the tank a top speed of 15 kilometers per hour, or 9.3 miles per hour, even on smooth roads. This was not because the tank couldn't achieve those speeds, but because transitioning from second to third gear required an extreme amount of force on the part of the driver to achieve, while transitioning into fourth required superhuman strength and would more than likely break the gear lever if attempted, hence why T-34 drivers carried hammers. No, that is not a myth. Shut up. The gearbox problem, combined with the constant need to shift and change gears in combat, meant a heavy load was often placed on the rather weak transmission, which would break with such an alarming regularity that 34s would often carry a spare transmission with them into battle, in a box on the back. In 1943, a new model T-34 with a 5-speed gearbox was developed, which helped alleviate this problem. However, even by 1955, half of all T-34s produced, even the 85 variant, would still have the 4-speed gearbox. Even then, those that had the 5-speed gearbox could only hit a maximum of 30 kilometers per hour. That's 18 miles per hour cross country. The reported 53 kilometers per hour top speed is purely theoretical, making the T-34 remarkably slow when compared to other Allied tanks. Now, I have a confession to make. I, Laserpig, used to be a Teaboo. As a recovering Teaboo, even during my avid defense of the Crusader tank, don't worry, not a video I'm going to make anytime soon, I have to admit that the Christie suspension is not very good. And tanks which were built with it suffered as a result. I mean, for all the benefits of speed it gave you, the cross-country performance was shit. It was shit, I'm sorry. The stability was awful. The British tried to improve this by introducing a number of additional features, turret stabilization, pivoted guns, huge shock absorbers. The Russians didn't. So while the Crusader enjoyed a fairly high level of accuracy while firing on the move, the T-34 did not. Tests conducted by the Germans showed it to have the worst stability of any other tank tested, outside of extremely early variants of the Panzer IV, giving it the capability to actually hit anything while firing in the move, as being on par to my ability to walk past a bake sale. I fucking love bake sales, shut the fuck up. This was later backed up into individual tests, one performed by the Americans, and then one performed by the Russians, hence why both the T-34M and the T-44, the proposed replacements for the T-34, use a torsion bar suspension instead, something the British would take a bit longer to figure out. Fuck's sake, guys. Like everything else in the T-34, it looks good on paper, but is terrible in reality. Soviet tank guns suffered from low exit velocities and poor ranged accuracy, though in fairness, this was not due to the gun. This was due to the quality of the powder that they were using in the shells, which is why on paper, this gun can rip through panzers with the sheer raw power of stellanium, but in reality was about as effective as the next few seconds of this child's life against that thing. So, decent gun, shit shells. But while I'm here, we might as well. While the amateur may look at the T-34 and marvel at its gun for being long and therefore obviously superior, the gun had only a marginally higher velocity than the main gun of the Sherman. The later 85mm was comparable to the KWK-40 used on the Stug, though the accuracy of using anything outside of solid-shot AP ammunition was allegedly about 50-50 of it landing where you aimed, which somewhat explains Soviet battle tactics. Several stories would later emerge regarding Soviet tankers' refusal to use the supplied APCR ammunition due to its tendency to explode in the barrel if the gun was not left to cool after being fired, which was rather problematic when you were in a battle and you were trying to fire off as many shots as you could. Now, of course, you can take all of this with a pinch of salt. Penetration tables are typically not accepted as absolutes because they are gained from firing the gun under ideal conditions, with ideal ammunition, at ideal ranges, against solid sheet metal, and as we learned previously, casting, welding, sloping, and heat treating are all ways you could increase armor protection without necessarily increasing the thickness. Yes, big guns shoot through rusty plate like it was paper, well done! The other problem, which I will admit to, is that most statistical sources on the T-34's gun performance do not differentiate between the L-11 and the F-43, and the ones that do are Soviet tank diaries, of which 2 out of the 5 I have read over the years I now know to be fake. At best, what I can say is that the gun of the T-34 is rather overhyped. Not a bad gun, but the people who marvel at it are the same people who call the Sherman's gun a pancake, only suitable for blowing up trucks and armoured cars, and those people aren't really worth bothering about. In video games, it's always the hard factors which typically matter, so people who take their history knowledge from video games do tend to walk away with a rather obscure idea of what a World War II tank battle actually entailed. I have often stated that tanks which excel in the soft factors, in spite of an underwhelming performance in the hard factors, tended to do better, and I stand by that. Whereby tanks that are good in the hard factors yet terrible soft factors do poorly. This was the paradox of the Panther tank, one of the worst tanks Germany ever produced, in spite of also being one of the sexiest. So we can say that the T-34 has terrible armour, god-awful speed, and an average at best gun. But are the soft factors where this tank becomes a war winner? No, it doesn't. Buckle your assholes, boys. This is gonna be a bumpy ride. Quite literally in terms of the 34.
Kazakhstan, greatest country in the world. All other countries are run by little girls.
The 34 has wide tracks, and in having wide tracks, it spreads its surface pressure out along a wider area. This makes it more advantageous at moving through soft ground in comparison to the German tanks, the favourite example being the Panzer IV, whose narrow tracks place the entire weight of the tank into a smaller area, causing it to sink quickly into the mud. Footage then often cut to the Type 4s, which have specially fitted track extensions in order to try and alleviate this problem. And while this is true, many have interpreted this as the T-34 never got stuck in mud, whereas in fact it did, quite frequently. Notable publications on the T-34, as well as its Wikipedia entry, somewhat missed this statement out in regards to the performance of the T-34, but incidents where a 34 got bogged down in the mud were almost as frequent as its German counterparts. The Tiger, for example, had wider tracks than the T-34, and with more road wheels, the Tiger's weight was spread out over 16 points of pressure as opposed to the T-34's 10, which in spite of being half the weight of the Tiger, actually gave it the same ground pressure per square inch. Ballpark numbers are 1 kilogram per centimeter cube for both the Tiger and the 76, and 1.02 centimeter cube for the 85, though people argue about these numbers all the fucking time. Zagula claims the 34 to actually be around 0.85 kilograms per centimeter cubed, and the Tiger to be 1.08, whereas Panzertruppen by Thomas L. Jentz, widely regarded as the best in his field, puts it at 0.74 for the Tiger. Of course, various publications and documentaries will find reasonable excuses as to why the Tiger does not have the same or better cross-country performance as the T-34, casual admittance that other factors do contribute to driving through mud effectively, even if the impression given is that the 34 could somehow glide through the mud like it was fucking Jesus. The truth of the matter is rather simple. I'm going to tell you the secret right now, so listen. Tiger has interlocking road wheels. The gaps between them very easily fill up with mud, which, if thick enough or left in the sun to dry out, means that the wheels can very easily jam, giving the impression the Tiger has got stuck in the mud. Once the summer rains began and the mud turned into liquid Russia, the offences on both sides somewhat ground to a halt, though most documentaries write this off as Russia just taking a breather. They're not going to counterattack the Germans and all this heavy mud and ice. They could if they wanted, because the T-34 can just fly across the mud to safety anytime it wants, because apparently...
Put your hands together if you wanna clap. Every day you do this monkey rap.
I did mention the 34 was a pretty well-designed tank. Here's where I contradict myself. The wine is kicking in now. Jesus, fuck. A lot of people will look at the T-34 as the epitome of the sloped armor design and laugh at the other Allied tanks for not knowing that sloped armor makes Nazi shells bounce off your tank like it was gliding through the fucking Matrix. Thing is, the benefits of sloped armor have been known since the 12th century, hence why on some castles you'll find these large stone sloping slabs that helps deflect cannonballs. So for those of you still suckling on your mother's teats thinking the T-34 was the first tank to have sloped armor, here are some pictures of earlier tanks with sloped armor. Now, for those of you with an IQ above that of a garden salad, you may have asked the question, why didn't the Allies design tanks with sloped armor? You see, the T-34, while being revered as having the sloped armor of the gods, is actually a very good example of both the benefits and flaws of a sloped armor design. The 34's profile is very low compared to other sloped armor designs such as the Sherman and the Panther, both of which are quite tall. And as you may suspect, there's a very good reason for this. The T-34 is incredibly cramped. Even on the 85 variant, which is roomier than the standard 76, the crew would be crammed in against each other due to the heavily sloped front and sides, as well as its shorter profile and the Christie suspension, which was robbing the internals of most of its space. And this led to a number of problems. Driving the T-34 is exhaustive work. The ride is bad, being rammed up against everything inside as well as each other. By the time the crew got to battle, they were exhausted, as well as being quite bruised from being bashed around. The lack of room also meant that reloading the gun could be quite the challenge. Though the ammunition storage was surprisingly good, especially for a Russian tank, the average Russian crew under battle conditions could fire maybe 1 to 2 rounds per minute. Germans could fire 4 to 5. It also meant that supplies inside the tank were rather limited, so they would typically be stowed on the outside of the tank, which would often catch fire when hit or simply be destroyed during a battle. This meant that T-34 units would have to wait on supply convoys catching up with them, giving them less autonomy in comparison with the German units, who could carry sleeping rolls, food, water, as well as digging tools, spare parts inside the tank with them. There was an attempt to alleviate this problem by providing armoured storage units, which were these large boxes on the back, and you'll see a lot of them on models of the T-34 from 1942 onwards. The final problem, of course, was crew mortality rates. I mean, getting hit by a penetrating shot would, on average, lead to the deaths of about 85% of the crew, and also meant that bailing from a tank that was on fire was almost an impossibility. These numbers were calculated based on averages obtained from experience with the T-34 in Korea. Now, the Koreans, being on average shorter and smaller frame than the Russians, still found the tank incredibly cramped. There is one more problem with the T-34's design that I will touch on. Outside of the terrible gearbox, the transmission units, the fact the hull gun didn't use smokeless cartridges, and the total lack of internal space to move around, and that was the fuel tanks. Unlike every other tank in the world, these were kept in the fighting compartment with the crew. This is why you see so many pictures of the T-34 burnt out with their turrets missing, having apparently exploded. This is also another reason why crew mortality rates were so high. And yes, since I can picture you furiously masturbating into the comments, diesel does catch fire. Shut up. Now, there are a number of issues which many haters of the T-34 will attribute to design, but I feel it more fair to place under the category of manufacturing defects. I'm waving my hands around for the drama, but I'm forgetting you can't see me, which is a good thing, believe me. Now, information we found in the 90s is going to come in handy here. As I said, the T-34 design has its flaws, but is ultimately not bad, especially in comparison to a lot of other tanks around at the time. Two-man turrets were pretty common, British tanks also used the Christie suspension, and the driver of the early cruiser models couldn't escape unless the turret was at its zero position. German tanks were not stabilised to be able to fire on the move, and the French tanks were pathetically slow and fuel-hungry. And of course, there's Italian tanks, and we all know about them. All tanks have their serious flaws, unless it's the Matilda II, which was glorious and had absolutely no faults whatsoever. Shut up, don't fact-check that, trust me. Shut up! However, none of the above-mentioned tanks have a failure rate that can match the T-34, both in terms of just how often it would break down or be destroyed in battle. Why is this? The Germans would like you to believe that it's because the Russians were deployed in huge waves, that they sent hundreds upon hundreds of troops against the Germans until they just simply ran out of ammo. This is not true. The Russians would like you to believe that their huge losses on the Eastern Front was because the fighting was so intense, so brutal, so powerful, and generally epic, and absolutely nothing to do with their consistent tactical failures and poor chain of supply. No, of course not. Listen to how epic the suck is and shut up. T-34s were built badly. There's really no other way to describe it. To give you one example, many people will ask why early British tanks were bolted and riveted and not welded. Well, this is because Britain did not have a lot of welders. Britain was a train-based economy when trains were riveted and bolted together, so most of the welders were stolen by the Navy and the Air Force, who had priority. So when the tankers, who had to scrounge around for what was ever left, had to look around to see what they could do, all they found was all these factories building trains, which were obviously full of riveters and stuff, and they would go up to them and say, hey, could you build a tank in here? And I go, what's a tank? Does it look like a train? I could probably build a tank. And I go, yes, it does look like yes, just build a tank that looks like a train, that's perfectly fine. Just build a tank that's in me, you build a train, that's perfectly fine. Alright lads, let's get gun on top of train. Come on, the British are coming. Woo-hoo! And that would be a fucking documentary worth making, Jesus Christ. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, okay, so the men and women who moved into the factories, no, the men went to war, the women moved into the factories, and they needed to be trained how to weld. But we also need thousands of new tanks for Christmas, so it's kind of just easier to bolt them together. Meanwhile, new welders are being trained up. So early Crusaders riveted, new Crusaders welded. Yeah. Russia, however, just gave the new guy a welder and told him to get on with it, hence the rather poor quality of the welds in most 34s. But there are other factors as well, okay? So each Russian factory produced T-34s to slightly different specifications. Factory 183 produced some of the worst T-34s of the war, and were largely responsible for all the examples we're about to go over. But they did produce 50% of all T-34s made. That's an impressive 26,000 tanks. More tanks than most nations had in total during the war. How the fuck did they do that? Well, gigantification is a factor. Factory 183 was fucking huge and could therefore produce way more tanks than smaller factories. However, there's another more obvious factor. In 1941, it took 8,000 man-hours to build one complete T-34. Factory 183, by 1943, had gotten this down to 3,700 hours. How? Well, they made shortcuts. Firstly, they found things to just remove from the design. Lights. Tanks don't need those. Now crews can't see in the dark and would hang lanterns on their tanks and often get confused, leading to one incident where a group of T-34s followed some German tanks around thinking they were following their friends. The seals around the hatches. A lot of time can be saved with just not bothering with those. During rain, even light rain, the hatches would leak, causing water to drip over the electronics inside and short them out. This often meant that the turret motor would seize and have to be manually cranked, which was not easy given the lack of room inside. The hatches would also rattle loudly in their frames, deafening the crew and making it harder for the commander to give instructions. Internal radios. Who needs those? In fact, only the command tank would have the radio, which was just for receiving commands from HQ. This meant that the coordination of T-34 squads was incredibly poor, and often the firepower of a large group of T-34s would be wasted, as they would be unable to coordinate their fire and all shoot at the same target. It was also noted a lot by German commanders when they were spotted by a single T-34, that tank would stop and fire, while the other T-34s in their group would just carry on obliviously. Chairs. Yes, some T-34s lacked internal seating, mostly for the hull gunner who would just find a box or something. Heat treating. Do we really need to heat treat all the metal? I mean, not all of it is going to be under fire, so the internal components, like the gearbox, the drive shaft, etc., were not heat treated and prone to excessive grinding, which wore them down faster. Turret basket. You know that platform the gunner and the loader stand on so they're always lined up with where the gun is pointing? Don't need that. They can just turn around like real men and learn to duck so they don't get smacked in the head by that breech every time the turret moves. Lack of rubber? Don't need it. And the T-34 has steel road wheels on steel tracks, both often not heat treated and would grind against each other, probably another factor in that tank's surprisingly slow speed. But it would also mean that during the drier and hotter seasons, turning the tank was a bit of a risk, as the unheat treated pins had a tendency to rub along the wheels and pop out, meaning the track would just fall off. You know what? I'm out of time and there's a lot of these and I can't be arsed, so here's just a list.
I'm your Russian bad gun.
The tank is not good.
general reliability of the tank is something often frequently marveled at. Rugged is typically the word used, and often the great drive from Kharkiv to Moscow, which was done to demonstrate the reliability of the T-34, is brought up as evidence that the tank was capable of long marches without breakdown, ultimately forgetting that the tank actually broke down 3 times, and the designer who was driving the tank at the time was so exhausted he caught pneumonia during the trip and fucking died. It's also forgotten, and I said I would ignore 1941, but this is important. The 8th Mechanized Corps, on its 500-kilometer march in June of 1941 in good weather, lost half of its tanks due to mechanical breakdowns by the time they'd arrived. Now, this was actually a fairly common occurrence, and even by 1944, the famous tank riders would be writing about their frustrations regarding how often the T-34 would break down and they'd be forced to catch up on foot. Although you would struggle to find a historical documentary which mentions this, I can guarantee almost all of them will talk about a similar situation with the Panther tank with a modest glee. This is again the double standards of the lazy historian. Mechanical breakdowns of the Panther are the absolute pinnacle in discussing why this tank was a failure, but the mechanical failures of the T-34, barely a footnote worth mentioning. In 1942, an order directly from Stalin was issued to the troops. It reads as follows. Our armored forces and units frequently suffer greater losses through mechanical breakdowns than they do in battle. For example, at Stalingrad front, in 6 days, 12 of our tank brigades lost 326 tanks out of 400. Out of those, 260 was all to mechanical problems. Many of tanks were abandoned on battlefield. Similar incidents can be observed on other fronts. Since such a high incidence of mechanical defects is implausible, the Supreme Headquarters sees it as covert sabotage and wrecking by certain elements in tank crews who try to exploit small mechanical troubles to avoid battle. Henceforth, every tank leaving battlefield for alleged mechanical reasons is to be gone over by technicians, and if sabotage is suspected, the crews are to be put in tank punishment companies, or degraded to infantry and put in infantry punishment companies. Here, the suggestion, if you weren't listening to my perfect Stalin impression, was that the breakdowns were occurring due to crew sabotage. The soldiers who didn't want to fight purposely sabotaging their vehicles. There are no records if or not the mentioned technicians did find any sabotaged vehicles, but what is recorded are the numerous complaints from front commanders about the T-34's horrific unreliability. Major General Coton, who had designed the infamous KV tank, held a conference in September of 1942 at the Ural Tank Factory. That was Factory 183, by the way. Upon testing all the tanks under construction, he found that only 7% of them did not have any defects. And while he was ready to admit the numerous flaws in the tank's design, emphasis was again placed on factory workers purposely being lazy or deliberately negligent. Coton, however, did admit it was impossible for a T-34 to drive more than 50 kilometers without breaking down. But he would also admit something else. I'll include the sights here because here's the thing. There are some T-34s which have excellent gunner sights, and there are many that don't. People keep arguing over if or not the sights of the T-34 are any good, and many proclaim that the gunner sights were the best of the war. What I found is the gunner sights were actually pretty good. All the other sights, however, like the wide view for the gunner, the commander, and even the periscope for the driver, were shit. The Germans, using captured T-34s, claim it impossible to see out of the tank unless the hatches were open. Later versions used cupolas copied from the German tank designs, but these had narrower slights and offered a very limited view. Periscopes provided to the rest of the crew, if Factory 183 ever bothered to put them on, rather than being made of mirror and glass, were in fact made of highly polished metal, and were typically quite blurry. There were also several stories where quickly rushed T-34s were produced with no polish whatsoever, making the periscopes unusable, and when they were used, the scopes were unheated and badly sealed, meaning they had a tendency to fog up or fill with moisture and freeze, making them basically unusable. This would be backed up by numerous German claims that the T-34 could be fired upon without the crew being aware that they were under attack, and would often drive into ditches and trenches, unable to see what was right in front of them. In one famous example, the crew of a 37mm PaK-36, known as the door knocker because of how ineffective it supposedly is, fired upon a T-34 27 times before it finally noticed them, moved to run the gun over, and missed. Now, this is not because the Russians did not know how to build good sights. They did. In fact, through Lend-Lease, they had access to a number of British and later American tanks, all who had excellent sights. And there are some models of Russian tanks that have sights that surpass even those. But for whatever reason, they're just not implemented en masse. Now, this might be a production issue, it might be a supply issue, it might just be Factory 183 doing its thing again. I don't know. If you know, let me know. Also known as the endless wave argument, the disposable tank argument, your dad's argument, or more likely the sentence you've had in the forefront of your mind since this video began, that the Russians built the T-34 in the way it did because it had to. The enemy was at the gates and the endless supply of T-34s, a tank still superior to its German counterparts, was necessary to beat back the furious might of the Third Reich. Because hey, the Russians won, my dude. This is the quantity versus quality argument, and people using this argument will tap their nose, look at you in that smug way, and say something stupid like, quantity has a quality of its own. Let me put it like this. Would you rather have 100 cheap tanks or 50 expensive ones? Because 100 tanks is not just 100 tanks. That's twice the crew, twice the training, twice the fuel, twice the supply trucks following it around, twice the spare parts, meaning those 100 cheap tanks can end up costing you a lot more than you would have thought. You also have the problem that cheaply made tanks with poorly trained crews are going to suffer a higher rate of loss, meaning you're constantly going to need more tanks and more men to fill the gaps, whereas more experienced ones have a higher chance of surviving, creating experienced veteran crews who are likely going to perform better overall, hence why Russian tank aces are quite rare. Quantity has a quality of its own, sounds good on paper, and is believed by those kinds of people who view war as a series of battles, with numerical superiority as the ultimate advantage. It is an argument that makes sense if you believe that the German tanks were superior in every aspect, where the Russian tactics were to simply scream "Oorah" and charge until the Germans ran out of ammo. However, as we know, the German tanks were not superior, nor did the Russians use human wave tactics. In battles where quantity has met quality, and that includes World War II, quality has won every single time. On the Eastern Front, the Russians had, on average, twice the number of tanks the Germans did, slightly higher if we include Lend-Lease, but would lose over 3 times the amount of tanks Germany did. But the Russians still won, my guy. The Allies won. Though it has, in recent years, become a thing that the Russians proclaim they won the entire war by themselves, much like the Americans, the idea that any of the major Allied players could have won the war by themselves is at very best a fantasy. Russian ego stats are taken on the basis that they killed more Germans than every other front combined, and therefore did most of the work. But this only takes statistics from the war that actually happened. If the war in the West never happened, if Britain and America never got involved, if we take away the high-intensity bombing of German factories, the resistance movements that were funded and supplied to by the Allies, the secret bidding war that denied supplies of valuable tungsten and aluminium and titanium to the Germans, forcing them to make lower-grade designs without it, the huge amounts of Lend-Lease equipment and supplies offered to the Russians through the war, the supply raiding, the oil denying, the deterioration of the Luftwaffe, the massive distraction America provided for the Japanese. Could Russia have actually won the war by themselves? No. Russian armoured losses stood at nearly 100,000 vehicles, of which 45,000 were T-34s, leaving them with just 12,000 surviving tanks by 1945. German tank losses in the east stood at 40,000, and this includes tanks that were lost and handed over after the war ended. In order to destroy every tank Russia ever had or produced, the Germans would have been required to maintain an average kill-death ratio of 2 to 4. They achieved a 3 to 5. With all the troops freed up from the Western Front and the various policing duties around Europe, as well as assistance from Japan and all the materials it needed to produce better designs, it was very likely Russia would have just run out of tanks. In spite of their huge production output, they could not offset their losses had the Germans just been able to hit them with a little more intensity. The 34 was trapped in a cycle of production. Cotton could have demanded better craftsmanship all he wanted, but Factory 183, 112 and the majority of others were ordered to produce as many tanks as physically possible. And that's exactly what they did. Russia needed more tanks to make up for their losses, and this in turn forced them to crank out tanks of a poor quality, many of which were lost in huge numbers due to that poor quality, which in turn required more of them to be built. a never-ending cycle which many proclaim was entirely unnecessary, and Russia just made a better tank, or at the very least made them to a higher quality, as even by 1944 it had become common practice to replace the engines of any T-34 that had been running for more than 30 hours before a major assault.
But hey, my guy, at least the T-34 was cheap, and it could be manufactured in high quantities. I mean, there are stories about the T-34 just driving straight out of the factory and onto the front lines.
Really? You got a source for that? Because I've heard that story too, but I've never seen it verified anywhere. And considering how most Russian tank factories were moved east, far away from wherever the front lines would actually extend to, I have my doubts that that's actually true. Hi, it's post-production Laserpig here. So I looked into this a little further and found this. While there's no evidence that it actually happened, there are 3 instances where this story could have come from. The first is Odessa, which is a battle that is enshrined in myths due to the sheer importance of it in Soviet history. The factory here, amazingly, without any heavy equipment, up-armored tractors using Navy steel and improvised weapons to create the knee tank. Because the battle was in the city, these were quite literally driven from the factory to the front lines. Opinions are divided on how effective this tank actually was. The second is Kharkov. The Germans captured part of the tank factory there, which includes around 50 pristine T-34s. They then put this factory to work repairing the T-34s that they have in service, as well as producing them in a limited number. The third is Stalingrad. There was a tank factory there which produced T-34s. The city had no power, and with no supply, its ability to actually produce any T-34s would have been dubious at best. The ammunition was also produced in a different factory, so any tanks within the factory would have not been combat ready, but, given the intensity of the fighting at Stalingrad and how bitter the Soviet defense of the city was, it's not really a stretch to presume that all the tanks within the factory would have been utilized, complete or not, giving the impression they'd been driven from the factory to the front lines. Anyway, just thought I'd clear that up for you. You see, most documentaries and historians, when they're talking about the T-34, will take the line that its mass manufacturing offsets its failings. It sort of allows them to end on a more neutral point, which is fine if you want your Russian visa to not suddenly expire, but given my sexual orientation prevents me from ever getting one in the first place, I don't have that problem. So here's the truth. The T-34 was not designed to be cheap and mass-produced. It was actually a fairly expensive design. American studies on the T-34 suggest that if built to American standards, the T-34-76 would cost around the same amount of money, resources, and manpower as the Sherman, even when accounting for the Russian economy of the period. The Sherman, which had better stability, better suspension, better armor, more crew comfort, could carry more equipment and ammunition, was considerably more reliable, less maintenance heavy, and had an 85% crew survival rate, albeit with a marginally inferior gun. The T-34 was not a cheap tank mass-produced in infinite waves. It was a costly tank manufactured cheaply, with its numerous teething issues never getting the chance to be fully ironed out, with Russia's only choice but to continue producing more at extremes of poor quality in order to offset the tank's staggering losses. Had the T-34 belonged to any other nation, it would have been regarded as an abysmal, embarrassing failure of a machine. But as a Russian tank, it became a thing of legend, its history carefully curated by a country which, up until 2012, still had a government propaganda department dedicated to it. The tanks of other nations may have lacked the slope armor and the T-34's sexy looks, but they all ultimately proved to be vastly superior fighting machines. You can sit there and you can tell me all you want about quantity over quality and how you'd rather have 1,000 T-34s over 100 Tigers, but the reality is, for 100 times the tanks, you need 100 times the supply. And in a war economy with a failing infrastructure, that's not always feasible. And the one thing you cannot manufacture cheaply in a factory is human lives. If or not, Russia would have suffered far less losses simply by producing a better tank or a 34 to a higher standard is a debate that will be raging for years to come, and one I'd rather just not put my nose in. There's just not enough alcohol in the world. Soviet designs would follow on from the T-34 philosophy, with the later Cold War tanks all following the same mantra, cheaply built and cramped. While these designs look good on paper, with many Western publications and self-proclaimed military analysts looking at the Soviet designs as rugged, reliable, and battle-hardened, it was the Western designs that were winning the wars, even in situations where they were hopelessly outnumbered against alleged superior opponents, which ultimately explains why the Russians haven't produced a good tank since 1965. Fight me. Anyway, I'm out of wine and my throat hurts. It's time for Laserpig to go back to sleep. Good night, and have a very Merry Christmas. Or a Happy New Year.
Have you seen the one about his Crusader video yet?
Or a Happy Easter, depending when I actually get this fucking video out. But before that, I'd like to say a big thank you to Alexander Mealy for giving me some money for coffee and reminding me that I actually have that set up to take donations. You don't have to donate. It's fine. I don't care. But seriously, thank you. And
Are you gonna watch the T14 one? Hey.
In 2015, the Russian military did something it had never done before. It built something new. Finally, the Russian army would no longer just throw more crap onto the T-72 and claim it was better because they'd made the number bigger. No, this time they'd actually done the impossible. They'd somehow managed to build and design a whole new tank. And this time it wasn't just a T-80 with an extra road wheel and a bunch of cardboard bits attached to the side. No, sir, this was real. They even had multiple of them and everything, and they moved. This was real. It was actually going to be produced. So rise to your feet, every pony, and charge your glasses. For in 2015, finally, we welcomed Russia into the dawn of the 21st century of combat. No longer would Russia be shackled to its old Soviet image, strapping more and more funny armor boxes onto vehicles half a century old. No, sir, this was a modern vehicle, built to compete with the very latest of modern Western armor, and this was just the beginning. Soon fleets of new vehicles, guns, and warships would propel Russia into the ranks of one, if not the most elite and advanced fighting forces in the world. So you must be asking yourself, what the fuck happened? But first, ad time.
This part's weird. I don't know what the fuck.
I see her, but I am a pig in the rain. Just a pig, or perhaps a man, and she is a beauty, or perhaps a horse. I don't know. But she is a 50,000-ton warship. She is love. She is pillars of mountainless love. And I am but down here in the cold and the unforgiven. But I am inspiring. I am strong. I am a pig in the rain. But a pig is more than just a pig. It is one with the universe. It is the defining dynasty of our life. It is true passion. World of Warships, a new fragrance by Wargaming.
New fragrance.
So, what do you think?
Okay, what was that?
Well, that was art.
No, that was supposed to be an ad for World of Warships. All you had to do was tell people that it's a free-to-play naval PvP shooter game available on PC. Not win a Sundance Award.
Look, you just don't understand my vision.
Vision? This is World of Warships, a game where you battle with hundreds of historically accurate warships in large-scale 12v12 PvP arenas. It's not about your poor, tortured, artistic soul. Try again. This time, make it appeal to a more general audience.
Fine.
Alright, Donna. How you doing, hen? Alright, Jackie. I'm alright. Except I've got a wee bit of a problem, you know, in my downstairs area. I used to have a wee bit of a problem in my downstairs area as well, but I got rid of it. Ah, but Jackie, your skin's always so soft, and you never have problems. What's your secret? You know my secret, Donna? I use new World of Warships. The best way to start the day.
What was that?
You said to make it more appealing to a general audience.
And you interpreted that as suggesting World of Warships as a cure for thrush.
Look, I was just trying to...
I don't care what you were trying to do. This is World of Warships, a game with top-notch graphics, over 40 unique maps, and a dynamic weather system with new content released every month. It's an amazingly simple concept to get across to people. You like battleships, you like explosions, World of Warships. Try again!
Ah, fine.
Ah, yes.
World of Warships, the best free-to-play naval-based arena PvP RPG featuring hundreds of your favorite...
Wait. Who is that?
My stunt double?
I am a highly respected craftsman of the YouTube meme history and critique world, and I am not your stunt double. And I ordered a Choco Loco Macchiato Cappuccino an hour ago, which I still haven't received. And the anime femboy supplied to my changing room was subpar. I was promised A grade, maximum gay.
You got the Little Caesars pizza you asked for.
And it's supposed to come with free crayons. How am I supposed to express myself artistically under these conditions? You know what? Sumato out.
Okay.
What the fuck?
You know what? I have other
What
ideas.
the fuck this is? Oh my god, it's still going?
She was just an ordinary girl.
Oh my god.
He was a 50,000-ton warship. But their love spanned the oceans. Coming this summer.
No! Just... No.
But I...
Look, just run around and scream like you normally do.
Oh, fine. World of Warships! Yeah! The best high-octane written tooty punchy shooty clicky clicky naval exploding game there is, and it's free! Use code LASERPIG for free stuff! What free stuff? This free stuff! Here's footage of me actually playing the game as the best nation, Italy! You have Mamma Gia last mia!
God, I can't believe I'm
Play with
playing
friends, play alone, click the link in the description to play with millions of players! Whining on the subreddit because they got sunk by a submarine.
Submarines are so OP, guys. I'm deleting this game. Oh, my pearls.
Hang on, let me check the brief and see if I got everything I'm supposed to say. Yep, we're good. World of Warships, they pay my rent. Anyway, back to the video. When the T-14 was unveiled, everyone and their mother in the military community pissed themselves like a frightened horse, and immediately the knuckle-dragging tank experts of the internet started huffing balls in an effort to tell us how obsolete this one new tank made everything else that came before it. It's invincible! It's the most powerful tank in the galaxy! All of the NATO nations are wetting themselves over it! Nothing can compare to the T-14 Armata! And then slowly reality set in. The T-14 combines all the ultimate in Russian technology previously introduced onto NATO tanks 25 years ago, in a way that only a country trying to inflate the share prices of Raytheon would understand. It does away with all the unnecessary ERA systems of the T-90, which cannot protect the tank against missiles that were invented in the 80s, and instead replaces them with an active protection system that can almost defend the tank against missiles that were invented in the 90s. Finally, it features a fully automated turret, a first-generation touchscreen that the commander has to claw at like a shut-in teenager desperately trying to find porn on the family computer before his mum gets back from shopping. An autoloader famous for jamming that now cannot be accessed and cleared when it does jam, is somehow heavier and slower than the tank it has replaced, and comes combined together in a package so expensive the company that made it immediately went bankrupt, the country that bought it cannot afford it, and it has about as much export potential as English whiskey. Oh dear. But for a while, every idiot with even the vaguest sense of military interest was banging on about this tank as if Stalin had come back to life and had personally forged the hull from his own ballsack, and that all tanks across every nation in the world had just been rendered obsolete. But honestly, the T-14 is, and remains, about as threatening as a 12-year-old proclaiming his sexual prowess over your various relatives. And thankfully, due to recent events, the whaling morons that once inhabited the internet and propped up that Russia's strong culture that we don't like to talk about, but it did exist, have either slowly changed their mind when Putin finally played his 5D chess and it turned out he'd been playing 5D snakes and ladders the whole time, or descended down into the rabbit hole and gone full Vatnik, which are a group of people I like to file into the category of easily ignored. But hey, if you want to take advice from someone who gets all their information from a news broadcasting service where they literally arrest you for not agreeing with the government, that's up to you. Remember, it's not propaganda if you agree with it, because how could you be wrong? You're intelligent, And you thought about it really, really hard. Not like those other sheep, am I right? So Putin was supposed to have about 1,500 of these T-14s by the end of 2021. He ended up with 24. In fact, he may have even less. Keep in mind, with Russia, this is a country that, during parades, drove their nukes around the block, painted extra numbers on them, and then drove them back to the start of the parade to make them look like they had more. The rule of thumb with Russia is, if you don't see it, they don't have it. We've seen 8 T-14s. They have 8 T-14s. Supposedly, they made their combat debut in Syria, which happens to be the most filmed and documented war in living history, and yet we saw absolutely zero footage of any T-14s in action. Rule of thumb, there were never any in Syria. In fact, in spite of every major news outlet proclaiming that the T-14s are on the way to Ukraine and may already be there, oh, shock, horror, I'd be willing to bet that no T-14 is currently in service outside of the 14th Guards Armoured Parade Division, who have recently undergone their latest modern update program by upgrading their old logo to this new one from the 1990s Microsoft Clip Art collection. Quite frankly, the T-14 is not the tank people think it is. It is not the final word in armoured warfare. It is not the most modern battle tank ever created that renders everything that came before it completely obsolete. It's nothing more than a fat old Russian sacred cow. And I want to explain why. A lot of people, when they think of the T-14, will tell you its design roots begin with the T-95, in that it was the first tank Russia designed after the fall of the Soviet Union. Since it was no longer constrained by Soviet ideology in battle, the Russians could basically build whatever they wanted, and immediately they went about abandoning the philosophy of the T-72 and its ridiculous carousel autoloader, the system which has produced some of Russia's greatest memes, and instead incorporated a more French-style cartridge autoloading system, featuring a rear ammunition compartment complete with blowout panels to protect the crew. Not only would this new autoloading system allow the T-95 to fire considerably faster than the T-90, it would also allow it to fire the more powerful and more modern shells that, to this day, the T-90 still cannot use. It would also feature a crewless turret with the crew safely contained in an armoured box, and a 30mm autocannon built to allow the tank to take on lightly armoured vehicles without having to fire the main gun. All in all, the T-95 was shaping up to be a real leap forward for Russia, both in terms of technology and military thinking. And though the tank promised a lot, everything it promised was within reason, and had it been developed, it probably would have posed a real rival to the more modern Western tanks we know and love today. There was just one tiny problem. It was being built in 90s Russia. For those of you who don't know, 90s Russia had somewhere between zero and absolutely nothing in their budget, and tank programs are famously very expensive. In 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed, and with it, Russia lost its empire, which up till then had accounted for about half its population and around 60% of its GDP. Its overbloated military budget was largely to blame for its economic collapse, so naturally this was the first thing that had to go, leading to an almost total disarray of its army. But don't worry guys, the Russian bear is not being declawed yet. Russia may be down, but we're not out yet, which is why they charged into the 1994 Chechenian War. A war that went so badly for them, it has been cited as one of the most embarrassing defeats in the history of the Russian army. Well, it was, at any rate. Having suffered a defeat at the hands of what was essentially local militia, Russia needed to look like this was just a fluke, and it was well on its way to reforming a new, far more powerful, far more modern army. It needed the world to believe that that great Russian bear was alive and well. So suddenly, without warning, comes the T-95. The tank was shown at the Omnisk Arms Convention in 1997. Now, new tank projects are rare, and when one is announced, it can cause quite a stir in the military enthusiast community. So you can bet your ass everyone was huffing balls over the T-95, especially because this was back in the 90s and really no one was really doing anything. But if you had a time machine and went back in time to see the T-95 in action, prepare to be disappointed. The tank was kept as far away as physically possible from the crowds and observation platforms. It was covered in camouflage netting and did nothing more than drive around for a bit before being taken away. It would only ever be seen once more in a 1999 arms convention in Siberia, where it would drive around this time a little faster and even pause for a photo op, but spent most of its time hidden under a tarp. And there was a specific reason for that. See, the thing is, the T-95 never existed. In 2009, it was revealed by one Colonel Vladimir Voitov, who had apparently been in charge of the project, that the whole thing was never real. The T-95 shown was in actuality a prototype for an elongated T-80 tank that had been built in the 1980s but had never gone anywhere. This would later become recycled into something called the Black Eagle project, an upgrade package for the T-80, which also never went anywhere. The Black Eagle, wow, such an amazing, badass name. You gotta love it. I mean, it sounds like a shit Marvel superhero, but don't you just want to get into its pants? Anyway, the 1997 T-95 had a wooden mock-up turret with nothing inside it, and the 1999 version actually had a working turret installed, but again, there was nothing inside it. No radio, no ammunition, no autoloader, and the gun was just a wooden mock-up. And even in this configuration, the tank proved to be so unstable, its time on the proving ground was cut short. The T-95 was nothing short of a propaganda piece, something for the cameras and the Vatniks to swoon over. It was there to prove what Russia was capable of, that it still had teeth and it was not to be underestimated, that it could still run with the big boys and challenge their Western designs. But all it really proved that was, short of an economic miracle, Russia was going to be relying on that old Soviet stockpile a little while longer. Cut forward to the 2022 Ukraine invasion, and that's exactly what happened. But this video is not about Ukraine. It's about the T-14 Armata, because a lot of you might be saying, well, if this tank is so advanced and Russia is so desperate, then why is it not on the front lines? I mean, wouldn't that make sense? I mean, Ukraine's anti-tank policy is largely mine-focused. Yes, they have a lot of man-portable launchers, but these are mostly things like the Javelin, which are the exact munitions the T-14 was designed to beat. So surely, this would be the best weapon for them to have, right? Well, this is where it starts to get just a little bit complicated. The failure of the T-95 to get anywhere outside of a vodka-infused dream meant that Russia had to fall back onto its older Soviet models. Now, these models are all, they're all okay, but they all share a singular common feature: the engine. With the exception of the T-64 and some models of the T-80, every Russian tank and BMP has used the same engine, a modification of the Kharkiv Model V2, the same engine used on the Soviet Second World War era BT-7, though it's more famously for being used in the T-34 and KV series of tanks, and it's the same engine that is being used in the latest models of the T-90, giving it the classic title of the Kalashnikovs of engines, and promoting anyone over the age of 37 to immediately state, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and then act like that's an intelligent thing to say. Like we should be scared of innovation or something. I mean, the Nokia 3310 still works, but you don't have that, do you? You have an iPhone. I mean, why? Did your 3310 broke? Or is it because there's nothing really wrong with just wanting to make things better, and that some of our greatest inventions, which you probably use every day, came about from someone just taking a regular thing and making it better? Or are you going to give up your car and go live with the Amish because there's nothing wrong with the horse and cart? It never broke, so don't fix it. Try thinking before you speak next time. The problem with the V2, while it's still fairly reliable and is an engine that do what engines do, it is, at its core, a design that is 84 years old. The design of diesel engines has dramatically changed and improved since 1937, to the point where the Western domestic market has overtaken the Russian military market. If you've got a few $1,000s in your back pocket, you can go out to America today and buy a better engine than what is equipped in the most latest and most modern of Russian main battle tanks. The V2, while it still works, is extremely bulky, extremely heavy, and incredibly archaic in its design. And though it weighs the same as the Abrams ATG 1500 gas turbine engines, with both being slightly over 1 ton in weight, the Abrams can push the 52-ton tank up to 42 miles an hour. The T-90, in spite of being almost 10 tons lighter, can only move at a top speed of 32 miles per hour. Oh dear. The engine of the T-90 is also extremely loud, much louder than that of the Abrams, which if you've ever stood next to one, you'll know why they call it the Whispering Death. It's also extremely thirsty, not just for fuel, but for oxygen, making it prone to overheating and burning out at high altitude, which became a huge problem for India when it found its T-90s kept breaking down in the mountainous regions between it and China, which meant during many of its border skirmishes with China, a lot of its troops lacked urgent tank support, which led to India restarting its previously cancelled in-house tank comedy program, the Arjun. In short, as a tank, the T-90 should be one of the fastest main battle tanks out there. In reality, it's just as fast as the British Challenger 2, a tank which weighs 20 tons heavier than it. 20 tons heavier. It also features a comedic list of transmission problems, cooling issues, and of course, it famously can't reverse. All of this means if Russia is going to produce a modern tank capable of surpassing Western designs, it's going to need a better engine. And this is where the true problems for Russia begin.
They got the mustard.
By now, it's the 2000s, it's the new millennium. London's built a big dome, everything's white with black trim, and corners are out. Smooth is the new cool. And what could be more cool than Russia's smooth-headed new president, Vladimir Putin? Putin launches his new presidency with a new war. It's back to Chechnya. This time, Chechnya's annexed, but it would take them 7 years and at a cost of 12,000 of its own soldiers. The war showed that while changes had been made, the Russian army was still a shadow of its former power. In response, Putin announces a series of changes to the Russian military, hailing it as the single greatest military reform in the world. And while the promise of new equipment and better streamlined training bore the focus, in reality the reforms were largely about reducing the army's size, cutting the number of officers down by 61% and the number of training schools from 65 to 10. And there's a reason for that. Putin's greatest fear is that a political hero figure will one day rise up through the ranks to challenge him for the presidency, and the place this was most likely to come from was the army. He knew no matter how many knives glinted in the darkness behind him, no one would dare be the first to strike if there was no one powerful enough to replace him, and this included the West. So through these reforms, the army became something young people did to earn merits to secure better jobs and university places. Anyone who remained in the army was typically seen as someone who couldn't advance beyond it, who wasn't capable of doing anything better. For context, think of how society treats a typical McDonald's employee. Officer promotions were handed out based on loyalty rather than ability, stockpiles became shopping markets for scrap metal merchants and arms dealers, and logistics was taken away from the military and reformed into a civilian branch, its ranks filled by mafia members who would turn a blind eye to the theft and sale of equipment. And if you don't want to know the result of that, look away now. But Putin had made one major mistake. While this kind of system helped reduce the potential of anyone competent in his army rising high enough to challenge him, it meant his military also became a breeding ground for the lazy and the incompetent. And this would be proven in the 2014 invasion of Ukraine. Politically, the 2014 invasion of Ukraine is a masterpiece. It left the Western nations dumbfounded and slow to react, the Western press arguing over who to support, and legions of military nerds giggling at how badass Putin was. But the actual ground campaign did not go over smoothly. Ukraine's army was tiny, badly trained, highly demotivated, with just a handful of working tanks and almost no logistics to speak of. And though Russia was able to take Crimea, its longer-term objectives to rob Ukraine of its entire coastline, taking Odessa and Mariupol, failed dramatically. Ukraine was able to recapture most of its territory and retake control of the border. And what was worse, its elite troops in the south of Ukraine had been repelled outside of Mariupol by an armed militia known as the Azov Legion. This humiliation is often why you see so much anti-Azov propaganda.
Why you stop playing it?
My computer is running out of resources.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It doesn't like playing... It doesn't like playing Hearts of Iron while updating World of Warships, while running streaming avatars, while streaming to a Discord call.
I gotcha.
It's that catastrophically fails. Catastrophic.
Again, I gotcha.
Alright, you got me then. Hold on, I'm gonna do a jump of faith trust thingy.
I can stream it instead.
I'm good, I'll just watch it at a later point.
Oh.
I want to focus on my World of Warships, my fucking Hearts of Iron. I mean, it's the whole point. I started this stream so I could play this fucking game. After you started streaming your game, and I'm just enjoying my delicious aircrafts.
His videos though are really fun though. Fun to listen to.
I think I fell asleep during one of his videos.
Did you fall asleep during the T-34 one?
No. Yes.
Oh my god.
The
Where
last
did you
thing,
fall asleep?
the last thing I remember is, God, I don't remember. I don't remember what I fell asleep to. But it's currently 1939, and the Germans are getting a little bit sussy. I have a massive fleet. I have tier 2 radar. And I'm currently already building Matilda tanks in 1939, when Matilda tanks came out in 1941. I am overpowered. Oh, by the way, I have submarines.
Nice.
I have built something terrifying, and I love it. Ooh, more industry. We need anti-air. I am manufacturing like crazy. You having a giggle?
I was having a good old time watching him though. I love watching those. He just railed on the T-34.
Yeah.
You guess you're gonna have to rewatch it later because if you did fall asleep, that sucks. Because you clicked off to the T14, Simon.
You were watching. I woke up. I didn't want to be rude, so I just kept it rolling. Put the next video on.
You didn't have to do that. If you would have fallen asleep, it would have been perfectly fine.
Again, it was something done autonomously. I just video finished. Let's see if Zuko's still there. Zuko's still there. Okay, I'm gonna just put the next video on.
Damn. I've already seen the video so many times.
It wouldn't have mattered to me. I'm sleepy as fuck. I probably wouldn't have given a fuck. I would have just put the next video on, and then next, and then next.
I don't mind like watching in the background, but I've seen it so many times. I was hoping you would also want to watch it together, but all right. I mean, I can't blame you. You fell asleep, so that I literally cannot put that on you. I'm not going to.
Even before you do. There we go. The Italians are getting cuddly with the Germans. Meanwhile, Britain's over here kickstarting his war, my war economy. Well, I guess it is he, because Winston Churchill has been replaced by my Wicker Beast.
Fuck Winston.
Why?
I don't know.
Then shut up.
Well, fuck you.
No. Winston Churchill's the only reason I'm still here.
I'm talking about in game, not in real life.
Yeah. No. Winston Churchill has quite a lot of good buffs. No further appeasement. Generate war goal to tension limit. Join faction tension limit. Lend-lease tension limit. Send volunteers tension limit. Guaranteed tension limit. Basically, with this, if someone's going to war, I can send airplanes to them. I watch them use my airplanes, and I gain experience from them. Without actually being a part of the war. You know how fucking dope that is? Although I have no wars to send it to. If I decided to stay out of the war, I can just lend-lease my airplanes to France. And oh hey, France, how do you enjoy 1,000-pound bombs before it was invented in real life? Since most bombs back in that day was 500s and 250s. Yes, German air technology. Mainly biplanes and BF-109s. Not BF-109s, Focke-Wulfs somethings. And most of we had back then were like Tornadoes and hurricanes and swordfishes. But right now, I am producing hurricanes, sea gladiators, Blenheims, Wellingtons, shit that comes out later. Woo. Time to swap out the artillery. 25-pounder artillery. Fuck yeah.
I'm playing this one game. I'm the El Chrono playing right now, and I'm just being such a cunt.
You're always a cunt.
Wow. You know, okay, you know, I'm just gonna stop talking. I can't believe you.
But you always are a cunt. Nixie this, Nixie that. Nixie tie me up and breed me.
Oh my god, shut up.
Hey, Nixie, shut up. You're making me blush, even though secretly I don't want you to shut up. Sound familiar?
Oh.
Shame.
You could say it sounded familiar, but sadly that you wouldn't ever do any of that stuff anyways, because every time you get in the VR, you just go big snooze.
You're only proving my point further. Good boy, girl, thing. Holy shit, all of these ships need to be fucking retrofitted. I hate retrofitting. Oh, thank fuck, I can group retrofit. Yep, select all of them. I want all of these submarines retrofitted. Every single fucking one. Oh, I gotta select it all again. Yes, retrofit. All of them. Thank you. Molotov. Molotov. How long is it gonna take to build my super heavy? Dude, this is quite a fucking while. I'm surprised I've only built one. HMS Hood. Yeah. Cruiser. Destroyer. Destroyer. And no super heavies. Okay.
I'm sorry. What? I can put in nuclear missiles in the Inchrono plan. That's not broken. No, that's not at all busted.
All in!
Jeez.
Eh. Eh.
Oh. I stopped playing this one game, but it was going kind of crazy.
Ah.
I had in my chrono plane, oh shit, I'm invading Ireland now. Okay. Cool. I was playing the chrono plan in this game, and I had one of the weapons was a Chinese nuclear missile. It did 24,000 damage, but still feels low for considering the fact my next missile after it does 18. Conquest gonna take Ireland. This is gonna be interesting. Oh my God, China just has like ships parked right off outside of my one of my ports by China, and they just sit there. And for every single month that goes by, they just sink like 2 or 3 of my transports, and I'm losing a bunch of victory points to them because they're just camping my fucking port. I still have not taken like any new territory in Africa. It's still the same amount. Fucking British. And he repelled my attack, attacking fucking Guatemala. Damn you! We stretch so fucking thin.
the same color units without crossing the lines to earn gift cards. You can't cross the line. Oh no, what are you doing? Try again. Doing well. Great job. Now redeem one of these epic gift cards. That's it. All you have to do is download and play fun games. As you play, you earn units. Then you can redeem them for gift cards. Install now and start playing towards your first reward today.
So how's the Hearts and Iron thing going?
Quite interesting. I'm about to declare war against Mexico.
Ah, yes. Mexico.
Because they took our oil.
Oh. How of American thing of you to do?
We're the OG. We're the ones that did it first. At least in this timeline. In real life, we just said, whatever, you're America's problem now. I have a unique choice. Either I declare war against Mexico, or I invite them into the Allies.
Get rid of the cartels before the cartel becomes a cartel.
Ready.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Attention.
Invade Mexico. Do what the Germans could not do.
Fall in. Fall in. Fall in.
What? I am Confucia. This is Arkansas, but this is not Arkansas. America explain. Also, one different Arkansas.
Gibbity bop bop bop. Yes, yes.
Ooh, I researched the Sten. Very good. They were called the Commandos. No, fuck off.
You losing to the Mexicans?
No. They just really want to
That'd be
join.
embarrassing if Mexico started invading Britain. Could you imagine that story? Breaking news: Mexico invades Britain.
Right now, my troops are dealing with a lot of attrition, but that is being resolved.
How is my conquest of Ireland going? I have a 41% chance to succeed. Fuck. Oh, want to take Ireland. First conquest mission I've had.
Ho 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 ho! I got radar right next to Mexico. Okay.
I got radar on my ships. Now nothing can hide from me because
No, not on ships. I put a level 1 fucking radar dish system bunker here.
Oh, I forgot to mention to you. I own Gibraltar, by the way.
I have no idea what that is.
It's a port. Gibraltar is a port and near western Spain, and it controls ships that go in and out of the western Mediterranean. Britain controls that IRL. I don't know if they still do now to this day, but in World War II and World War I they did. Which meant anyone at war like Italy or Spain or France in the lower part of the Mediterranean could not actually go through Gibraltar and get out to the northern Atlantic. They had to go all the way around through the what is it called? What is it? The Suez Canal. Yeah.
Suez?
Yeah, Suez Canal. So basically, Britain controlled that entire lane of shipping and everything else. Because otherwise, we would have to go all the way around, and doing so would take such a long fucking time. I own Gibraltar, so it's basically a big middle finger to everyone inside that whole area. And if I get my hands on the Suez Canal, Italy is trapped inside, and their ships can't go jack shit anywhere. Which is great. It's January 1925. The war still rages with Britain. It's been raging for not 15 years, probably like 12 years now.
What's the year for you?
1925.
1925.
And I have 1940s, like late 1940s tech.
1925. 18. Okay. Wow, that's quite a war.
Yeah. So I think when I first started showing you this, it was 1918. I think it is 1919 when I first showed you today. I was at Britain for 2 to 4 more years before that. So. Well, my first fight against a Chinese ship. It was the submarine. Oh, the cruiser light Belfast. I wonder who's gonna win this versus my Bismarck, the Schwaben, and then the rest of my modern fleet versus a singular light cruiser.
I mean, the Belfast don't play around.
I'm about to watch it get vaporized. I don't know what you're talking about. There's not a universe it kills one of my ships. Radar's already picking it up. My Bismarck's got more modern guns, which mean they now resemble the actual guns that the Bismarck used. It's got radar, the ship actually looks like the real Bismarck now. And the guns are max 15% extra gun barrel length, so they just snipe anything that come across. The ship is truly scary now. And with every one of my ships on my fleet having radar and everything, this is it's a wrap. Where's the Belfast? There he is. Oh, he's running? I think it's running. Yeah, it's running.
Insufficient funds. Insufficient funds. Building. Building complete. New construction options. Building. Insufficient funds. Building. Building complete. New construction options. Building. Ion cannon ready.
Belfast ran away. It's too fast of a ship.
How do I assign ships to fucking a port? How do I assign them to a port? Okay, I need oil really, really fucking bad. So let me just.
Imagine needing oil.
I'm gonna convert this oil
Maybe you can ask
factory.
good old friend the United States to go see
Fuck
get
no.
some oil.
I have Africa and Israel. I'm just going to take what's mine and refine that into fuel. Oh, would you look at that? It's working.
So now my super big fleets are going to battle with these smaller ones, but they're not even able to put up a fight.
So go. Okay.
Wait, what ships is this? These are... Oh, these are my older battleships. The refit ones I just did. Okay. That explains why the fleet's like this size. Same size guns as the Bismarck, though. I think. Actually, I think it's 1 millimeter, 1 inch less.
Ready? Yes, sir.
Oh, fuck off, Romania, you cunts.
Curtain!
Oh, right! We invented electric torpedoes, which basically made our torpedoes nearly silent. The only way to detect them is with either sonar or looking out the damn window.
Attention!
19-inch Mark 1 guns. Let's go.
Ready!
Ah, much better. I'm currently importing, or rather trading with the US, 1,102 tons of oil per day. Zuko.
Hmm?
I am currently buying 1,102 tons of oil per day from US.
Jesus.
1,000 tons of oil a day. Delicious. This should keep me going for a while. And then once my oil reserves are full, I will just cut the trade, and that's that. No more will my ships suffer oil and fuel shortages.
A few rounds of this game allows you to focus while solving puzzles in beautiful and relaxing environments.
Wait, I can invade more France? I didn't know I could. Interesting. Cool. I can do some more naval invasions. Take some land a little faster.
It's time to challenge your brain. Download Wordscapes now and play for free. But please, don't upset Granny.
Yes, sir! Ready, sir!
This British ship it's an old battleship. It looks like it's got more modern than Citadel, but it's got no secondary guns. But 6 primary, what I can only assume is 10-inch triples.
All in!
15.5-inch guns is the caliber that British ship's guns. Okay. There goes that British ship. One round went through the deck and hit its ammo and immediately killed the whole ship. The thing had like full health and just one stray round from a heavy cruiser did it.
Attention! Attention! All in! Ready!
The fuck? Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Nixie, I'm about to get into a huge fucking fight. One of my newer ships, not the Bismarck or anything, but it is the battleship Tirpitz, which is my last dreadnought. It had 3 heavy cruisers of the Graf Spee class.
Yes, sir.
3 light cruisers of the Frauen. I don't know how to pronounce that class. A light cruiser versus one French battleship, 1 French battle cruiser, 5 French heavy cruisers, 5 light cruisers, 2 destroyers.
Yes, sir.
With most of the ships weighing more than mine. This is actually going to be quite interesting.
Oh, Italy's justifying against me. Let's see how this turns out, eh? I'm gonna have fun turning the entire sea into a minefield.
I don't like this. I've already spotted the enemies instantaneously. My radar already picked them up. And I'm already engaging it. That French ship is a shit ton of secondaries. That is a lot of secondary guns. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for immediate broadside. Oh shit, my ship's a low fuel. I need to stop at that port then. And rearm.
All in! Attention!
you, torpedo boats. I torpedoed the torpedo boats.
That shit's ass backwards.
Yes, it is very ass backwards. I torpedoed the French destroyers. They're trying to torpedo me.
Fall in! Fall in! Ready! Fall in!
Fuck. The turbines is screwing them up. The last dreadnoughts. The super dreadnoughts. With 5 dual 17-inch guns. French dreadnought will soon go down.
Oh, hello Italy. You wanna go, mate? You wanna fucking go? Yeah, they're going. They're going. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Okay, where's my ships? There's my ships. Come here, ships. You have a job, Mr. Ships. You are going to lay mines here. Oh, and there. You're going to mine the shit out of them. I'm gonna get all my planes. All my good ones, that is. Well, the German Reich is now our enemy. Oh, fuck.
The what's up?
The German Reich are being naughty. But now
trolling as the Germans.
I have the opportunity to show off why I've been not joining the war for so long. I'm going to meet them in Calais. This is gonna be fun.
Damn. Sunk 14 French ships and made 59,000 victory points off of it.
And so the battle rages on. And I have successfully outpaced Germany in terms of aircraft production. Yes!
All in!
It's your turn to watch, Zuko.
Okay.
It's on Twitch.
Okay.
Yeah, it's your turn. I'm going to be the god of all aircraft manufacturing.
Be able to shoot down your craft. You stinky aircraft. Damn, you've been streaming like all day.
Just need a few more. Let's just bump that down. There we go. No, wrong one. Bring that down to 2. Max out that aircraft production. We make enough of these planes as it is already. We need carrier.
So much shit moving around on your map.
Yeah. Those are the amounts of aircraft currently fighting over the fucking English Channel. Right now I'm doing my absolute best to try and build my new Fighter 1 Hurricanes. All of my crews are fully trained, but they just have more aircraft than me. They have 1,200, but I only have about 190 to, about 190, 588, but they're all very basic planes. Right now, as you can see, I'm pushing maximum overdrive to aircraft production. Actually, yeah, so, ooh, I need to convert some. All of this needs to be military. Military. There. What are you deep throating, huh?
Shut up.
Ready!
Stretching.
Pushing them back, sir!
Yeah, I'm doing quite well holding them back from my colonies. Barely. But still.
Are they invaded Britain?
No, these are my colonies. I said colonies. I should build a radar station here. One radar station. That should do the trick. Same here. One radar station. Meanwhile, I'm currently heavily mining the English channel. Oh, look how fast it is. Oh, yeah. Mine shit
You
up,
should
baby.
take Stalingrad as Britain.
You want me to take Russia?
Yeah, take all of Russia as Britain.
That would take me a week.
That's your challenge. As long as you take Russia as Britain.
I can. It'll just take me one real life week.
You know what it would take me to take Russia in this game? Probably one actual IRL week just to take one province. Because I don't control the ground troops, I control the air troops, or the sea troops. And fucking naval, land invasions take fucking ages in this game. It's gonna be 1930s before I get anywhere. Like, seriously, I'm about to get to the 1930s and I'm still barely gonna get anywhere.
Take down some of the planes. Nothing happened, nothing happened, nothing happened. I'm mining the entire seaboard for, you guessed it, shits and fucking Well, Japan said hello. Sunk, okay, crashed for their planes. Nothing happened here. Yeah, they won't dare. First, oh, it's just, damn. Hold on, let me wipe this up a bit. There we go. Yeah, just look, yeah. Uh-huh. How'd you like 276 battleships?
God.
And I haven't even finished my super heavy ship yet. Mmm. Delicious. Yeah, I'm defending the there we go, it got out of there. Convoy defense. And it's sending its fucking... They retreated. They retreated. Oh, they got one convoy. It took 14 subs. Oh, what's happening here? Uh-huh. Yeah. I need to attack. Interception. Yeah. Let's go with interception. Chase the fuckers down. Okay, I need to select. Okay, submarines only. destroyers. No. I need to select destroyers. Oh, destroyers. Yes, here we go. Okay. Just destroyers. No. Just destroyers. Your new name is going to be miners. Your job is going to be different. Because all you're going to do is lay mines. Okay, these guys my main fleet. Let's grab all the submarines. Okay, that's the subs. I'm gonna nickname these guys the Subby Boys. Your job, convoy rating. There we go. This should do the job quite well. Okay, I need new shit now. I need a new range of convoy defenders. These guys should do. No, I need fast maneuverable ships. Let's make a new destroyer design. So destroyer. New destroyer design. I'm gonna make these destroyer escorts. Gonna give them anti-submarine warfare. Main stuff. Dual purpose. Lots of anti-air. Sonar detection. Radar detection. Torpedoes. Yeah. Perfect. Then we're gonna put you in Greater London. Gonna replace this with the very brand new Super Heavy.
I'm building a super battleship. How these turrets are so stretched and like orientated in such a weird way because instead of redesigning the turrets to fit to be the right size with the larger calibers, they just stretch them, just size them up.
Now I need more naval dockyards. This wasn't enough. Oh yeah, got it. My subs, my subby boys, they're doing their job. Yeah. Oh. I lost one submarine, but I destroyed 5 Italian destroyers. Yes, good, good, good. That's a good trade-off. I am pleased with this trade-off. Meanwhile, my mine layer destroyers are going crazy with these mines. Come on, you gotta build the aircraft faster. More planes, more planes, more planes.
Ready! Attention! Attention!
It's 1-1 now. For every 1 kill that we get, we lose 1 plane. What's this? Oh, I'm running out of aluminium. Gimme, US. Gimme.
I finished it. My campaign version of the big super battleship. I'm missing some technology that makes everything way more expensive, so it's 18 billion instead of the 35 that the thing is. A lot of planes you got there. Big old radar. You're looking at something about a 262 I just saw there a little bit ago.
Huh? What?
What you looking at?
What are you on about?
I forgot to mention it because I got distracted, but I saw you looking at something.
The 262?
Yeah, the 262.
It's just a picture of a 262, but basically one of my fighter pilots shot down an enemy ace.
Oh.
Aces are cool, but squadron cohesion is better.
There's a World of Warships German battleship that has quads.
I
Quad
think it's a
cannons?
premium.
Yeah, it's the Mecklenburg. I don't know how to pronounce that fucking name. That's crazy looking, actually.
My Wickers shall bring the United Kingdom to victory. Don't I look handsome? Hmm? Don't I look pretty?
Yes. Yes, you do. Very interesting. Could you imagine real life, right? The soldiers. This is your leader right here. This is that.
Have you seen the
character?
Have you seen the army commander?
No.
It's Lucia Mayavalli. She's the field marshal.
Oh my god. Nice. Yeah, imagine your army, you're like your ground soldiers, and being led by like big like a big for these like anthropomorphic like characters.
That's what I'm here for. I mod Company of Heroes. I mod Hearts of Iron. It's like the one game that I can mod very easily. If I really wanted to, I could replace every single character here with a furry character.
Jeez.
And I would have a full furry army, armada, air force. Royal Air Force is gonna kick your ass back to Uwu Land. Fuck me, kill me.
You can just shut the fuck up.
Notices your battleship. Ooh. Die.
Shut your fuck.
Shut my fuck.
Yeah.
Shut my fuck. I think you're losing track of English.
English? What's that?
The language you are speaking currently.
Huh? So with a bit there.
Oh. I see you've learned bottom speak.
Shut the fuck up.
You walked right into that one, bottom.
No, what? What? That makes no sense. How would I...
Yeah, bottoms don't make sense. They just make noises. You see the same sound that they make when their mind goes blank after being rotted so hard.
Shut the...
Bottom. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I'm stretching.
Uh-huh.
Fuck off.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Oh, they gave me some Hawker Hurricanes. Useless. That won't help.
Ew.
Ew. 100 Hawker Hurricanes will help. I need 2,000 if I want to fill this void of a gap.
Get fucked.
Ew.
And the reason why I'm still sort of losing right now is
British guy's losing? Oh no.
sort of.
Who
So the currently I am losing more aircraft than I can build them. But I
Bro's
have
going-
I have about 16 what do you call it? Groups of factories currently trying to make more. The problem is it takes a while. So there's something called production efficiency, and it takes a little while for these factories to start becoming more efficient as they set up their equipment, etc. Right now, my efficiency is at 43% out of 90%. So I'm only building 2.5 aircraft a day. Once that efficiency hits 90, I'll be building 120 aircraft per day. Then I'll be getting somewhere. But it only goes up by 0.2% per day. So it's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a while. Oh wow, yeah. we're using biplanes, and we're currently getting aces in them. Yes, I killed a German BF-10. What the fuck am I fighting actually? Yep, yeah, that's a lot of 109s. But most
devs here.
a lot of
Sorry.
them are FW Fuckwolves 190s.
The fucker Wolf 190.
This is very accurate. They have way more planes than I do. But we're getting really good at killing. Really good at killing. So good at killing that I am running out of aluminium. Oh no, oh no, bad. I need to bring some fighters. Yeah, you cover England. You also cover England. There we go. They were bombing my fucking trains. There we go. Over there, oh, piss off! Monkey on the car! Yeah, there's a monkey on the car! Fuck off! Yeah, they're trying to bomb me out. But, no. Oh, great. Slovakia jumped in. Gulp. A naval battle, you say? Yes, let me see. Please sink their subs. Please sink the subs. Oh yeah, homing torps. Fun. They landed on my beach, but they ain't gonna do so for long. You think you can just land on my beach and win? No.
Wait, what fucking nation? Wait, I just realized some nation bought a Bismarck-class battleship from me. Which is a 71,000-ton battleship. Someone bought that from me. Which is an $8 billion ship. What fucking nation in the game can afford this?
America.
I'm so confused. I don't know. No, because I had to be someone I'm neutral with, so who the fuck bought a ship from me? Or someone I'm allies with? It's either Romania, Venezuela, Australia, which is, I don't believe Australia did that. Persia, Arabia, or Egypt bought that from me. Tired.
T-Red. So, do you have Auto Warships installed yet?
Oh, I didn't start the download for the game yet. Yeah. God, I don't feel good at all. I know I can solve it. I'm gonna be right back.
Time for some much needed aircraft research. Oh, what the hell? They completely abandoned? Holy shit. I scared them off. They've completely abandoned France. I'm just nuking the shit out of France right now. That's kind of funny.
Oh, I'm back. Got alcohol. Sorry, I mean boomer juice. British is sending a battleship after me. The Formidable. I'm gonna sink it now.
Yes. Push the fuckers back into the hole they came from.
Bruh, they sunk one of my cruiser lights into one of their battleships. I lost 10,000 battle points. Killing one British battleship got me 20,000. Them killing one of my old light cruisers that's been modernized got them 10,000 points.
Get in there. Fucking bomb the Wazzocks. Bomb them. Fucking bomb them. Yes. No wonder not engaging. They're all on the other side of the fucking world. They should change that. Meanwhile, in Denmark, I am blowing these guys the fuck up.
Yes, sir. Attention. Roll it. Ready, sir.
Damn.